Hello. How are you doing? Hey guys. Nice to see you both. I'm excited. I'm very excited. It's been a long day at work, so it is nice to just come home, play some Pokemon, and I can see the poll is 100% at the minute. For yes, we think it will shine today. I think it could. It could do. Good, I'm glad you're doing good. I'm glad you're doing good. You've got another 9 boxes of Galarian Corsola. Very nice. Very nice. I've been at work all day. So not long got home. Work was very busy today. So it's been okay. It's been okay, thank you. But some days, so I work on a computer for my job. Yeah, and some days you come home and your eyes and your brain are like, whew, that was a lot. And that's kind of how I feel today. But I'm excited to be back streaming, you know? How has your day / night been? I know how humans' day it has been because I think that they've spent a day preparing the boxes of eggs. But yeah, I'm excited for today. I think we've spoke about this before, but when you start getting to this sort of level of encounters, you start getting more excited because you think, you know, we're getting to half odds. It's a little bit like, actually, it's a little bit like a Wednesday. It's Wednesday today, isn't it? You know, it's like the hump day. When we get to 2,000 encounters, well, 2,048 encounters, that's like our hump encounter number. And everything after that is just downhill. I mean, we might not find it in 4,096, but I like to be optimistic. I think that people obviously do go way over odds. But I think more often than not, the odds work out. I'm glad to hear your night's been good. Have you done anything cool, or have you been playing Pokemon, or watching anything on TV? Have you been out anywhere? Oh, nice! You spent some more time hunting for Registeel. Sweet. What? How many encounters did you get up to? And it eggs add up surprisingly quick. Alright, okay. So it was quite quick to gather them all then. I can't really remember, to be honest. I mean, I seem to think that I seem to remember that Sword and Shield hatching eggs was quite quick. It's one of my probably preferable games to do breeding eggs in for shinies, because I quite like the wild area to ride around in, as opposed to, you know, I'm trying to think of other examples, but Scarlet and Violet, I don't really love the egg system, and in a lot of other games like BDSP, oh, that was not fun. I didn't like that. The bike is not fun to maneuver in BDSP. So yeah, so it's a good game to do it in. You'd like to think I get it before. I'm gonna guess you mean 2,400, because if you mean 24,000, I really hope I get it before 24,000. That would be insane. But yes, I would like to think that I will get it before 2,400 as well, because well, we've found all of the other shinies way before that. So oh, you're thinking 100 more? I'll get it. Oh, that'd be brilliant. I would love that. 2,100 encounters for Registeel. Nice. So we're not that far away, are we really, from each other? But I imagine it takes a lot longer to encounter Registeel. Oh, you did mean 24,000 encounters. Well, I certainly hope so. If it takes 24,000 encounters to find one of these shinies, I don't know. I better find the Vespiquen in like 10. You know? That's what I would say. Nice, you just spent most of the day playing Rainbow Six. Do you know, I've never really played Rainbow Six. I've watched people play it, kind of get the gist of it. Seems like quite a fun game, to be fair. But I feel like it's probably more fun if you're playing it with a friend, because you've got to be like tactic. You've got to kind of like run your tactics by each other and like try and work as a team and stuff, haven't you? So, and I don't think I ever really had. A lot of my friends used to be interested in playing Call of Duty and FIFA, and occasionally other games, but not very often, and definitely not Rainbow Six, sadly. Scarlet Violet would be better if you could fully AFK, not just partially. To be honest, I can't fully remember what it's like, but I know it's like isn't it like the picnic thing where you get eggs through through like setting up the camp or something like that. Yeah, it just doesn't really appeal to me because of that. Yes, before 2,400 would be nice. Let's hope so. I think I'm gonna guess maybe 3,000. I mean, where we're at now, we've kind of slowly increased. So Rookidee was 300 encounters, Tyrogue was 414. Then it was a big jump for Slowpoke at 2,225. So I imagine this one's going to be 2,500, 3,000 maybe. Which will be interesting because I don't know, I may be able to stream tomorrow as well, but I'm not 100% yet. So we could be looking at 3,000 encounters by the end of tomorrow. Or we might not. Picnic, and you need to keep egg power sandwiches running, and you need to collect eggs every so often because the basket cap's at 10. Yeah, that it just doesn't appeal to me, that. I wonder why they made it different for Scarlet and Violet. I mean, I thought Sword and Shield nailed it for eggs. It'll be 2 seconds. I really need to turn this light down. I'm going to cover the camera because it does that flashing thing. I don't want to set anyone off or... There we go. I'm a little bit not so bright, but when you've been staring at screens all day and then we're staring at screens now, I really do not want a bright light in my face. What do you mean? Yeah, it is. It's annoying really, because I would prefer to have a job, I suppose, maybe where I wasn't looking at screens and then I could come home and look at screens and it wouldn't matter, but I think it might be partly as well because I've moved the light. I used to have it off to the side of me, but my desk doesn't have much room, so I've kind of moved things around to try and make it, you know, not be so crowded. But now the light is like right over the top of the screen at me. Oh, I see. Sorry. I didn't know what you meant by tendons. I thought you would... I don't know why, but for some reason I thought you were like talking about like your legs or something, and I was thinking like, but you're not riding the bike. So I just didn't get it, but I get it now. I don't know why I thought that. Yes, I imagine it did. Yeah, I don't think I've ever really had carpal tunnel. Which is odd, I would think, because I feel like I'm constantly like typing or using a mouse or, you know, playing on the Switch. So I don't know. But yeah, well, I'm glad to hear that it's not like that anymore. I can imagine that would be such a huge pain. Oh, the poll has changed. 67% of people think it's going to shine today, but 33% say no. Interesting. I'm hoping it shines soon. Not so much that I'm getting fed up with this hunt. I'm still really enjoying it, but I'm starting to like... I want to move on to Vespiquen. Maybe a part of it is because I'm like actually stuck in the gym, if that makes sense. Whereas like if we were... Let's say we were in the wild area and I was hunting Vespiquen. If I really wanted to, I could just take a break for a little while and go and do some, you know, max raid dens or something like that. But right now, I'm stuck in the gym. So I think I feel a little bit trapped. Weirdly, I've got some sort of like pseudo claustrophobia in the gym. I'm like, oh, I want to get out. Maybe I will. Maybe I will miss this hunt when I get going for Vespiquen. I think if I'm honest, for Vespiquen, I am definitely going to do some of it off stream, because I just think it will take months otherwise. So I think what's probably gonna, well, I can, but there's something in my brain that's saying, no, you're in it now. You're in this gym. So my brain's saying, no, you can't leave. You've got to finish it. Whereas if I'm out in the wild area, I can just be like, no, I will. I'll go and do something else for a little while. I'll come back. It is full odds, yeah, this hunt, yeah. Because there's no, I've not got the shiny charm. I've not got. These can't be like brilliant aura or anything like that. And even if they could, you have to knock out hundreds of them really to make any difference. So it's just, it's full odds. Yeah, I know. To be fair, human, I bet you're hearing this and you're thinking, what an idiot. And I don't blame you, because it is dumb. But in my brain, I think I'm just like, listen, you're in the gym now. You have to do this. Whereas if I was out at the gym, I could do whatever I wanted to. But yeah, Vespiquen definitely. I'm going to do some of it on stream, and fingers crossed we'll find the shiny on stream. But I am definitely going to do some of it off stream, because I think the only problem with streaming, and it's not a bad thing, can I just say I love streaming, but you have to kind of commit to it, don't you? I have to schedule it in, and be allocate a certain amount of time out for it and things like that. And I think because Vespiquen's going to be a really slow hunt, it would be nice to kind of, maybe I come home from work tonight one night and I'm like, right, I'm going to go and chill on the bed or on the sofa and watch some TV while I'm hunting Vespiquen, and then I'll stream tomorrow night, and then maybe if we don't get it on the stream, but I wake up early the morning after, well, I can't just stream, but I can load up the Switch and just do it offline for a little bit. So I think that's what I'm going to do. And then hunts like Lantern for the egg hatching, that will definitely be all on stream. The Brilliant Aura hunt will probably also be fully on stream. What else is there? I'll have to go and look at my planned list, because I have already forgotten. Hone Edge random encounters, I can do that on stream, no problem. Egg hatching for Tyrant, all on stream, definitely. And then Dynamax Adventures, we're going to do that on stream, because we're going to be all doing that together, aren't we? So that'll be a good one. So really, it's just Vespiquen left, I think, that's going to be a on stream, off stream, on stream, off stream. I will say that this hunt has taken me, or is taking me, longer than maybe what I thought it would do. But I think maybe that's me, because it has, I don't know, have we maybe only, when did we find Slowpoke? Was it last, wasn't last weekend, it was the weekend before maybe? Or the week before? I can't remember. I feel like maybe we've only been hunting this for a week, but in my head I'm like, this is taking forever. And there's probably people out there who have gone way over odds who are thinking, why is he complaining? This is nothing. But yes, thank you, yeah. I think sometimes you do, don't you? You need to just do whatever keeps you sane when it comes to the shinies. I've just kind of, with Vespiquen, I've got sort of flashbacks to Spiritomb, which wasn't a bad hunt by any means, but it was nearly 40 hours, wasn't it? So, yeah, it's quite a long time. And that was still under odds. I found Spiritomb in 3015 soft resets, so we're assuming here that, you know, Vespiquen could go way over odds. We just don't know, so we'll see. Yeah, I know what you mean, especially with the way the streams have been going. Maybe that's why I feel like things were longer ago than what they were, because the streams are just going by so quickly. I mean, I do this a lot whenever I am doing the videos. I always kind of think, right, so like when I was doing BDSP, I started in October of last year, and in my head I was like, this could take forever, so I'm gonna give myself till the end of 2024. That was what I said. And then I had like a 3-month break while I got married, and I just kind of wanted to take a little bit of a break from YouTube to relax and enjoy, you know, the wedding, and enjoy a bit of like downtime after the wedding. And then why was I saying that? Yeah, and then I picked it back up in March, and by the end of May I'd completed it, and I was like, I can't believe how quick that, you know, that was to complete. So I think sometimes I overestimate how long something will take. I mean, BDSP could have taken a very long time. I did get lucky with certain hunts, but there were definitely instances where I'd predicted it would take way longer, and then the BDSP video was edited, released. I did the Legends Arceus one, and we're now quite a bit into the Shield run, and we're still nowhere near the end of 2024. So I guess we'll see how long Shield takes. Maybe we'll have it complete by November. Who knows? It's hard to say. But once I start the hunts, this is what I get like. It'll only be a week, and I'll be like, this is unacceptable. This is taking too long. And then when I really think about it, I'm like, no, it's not. You've only done this like for like 3 days. Calm down. I don't know why I'm getting so worried about it. Yeah, in an alternate universe, Wafer is still resetting for his starter. Oh, just think of that, yeah. Somewhere there's a poor version of me still going. Ooh, I shudder to think. I honestly think that could have... What's really interesting about that briefcase hunt was... So, when I released those videos... when I started the BDSP run, I'd only played like Legends Arceus, Let's Go Pikachu, Scarlet. And I remember kind of thinking BDSP might be too challenging. It might be a step too far. You know, it might take me way too long to do, and it might not be something that I can like realistically complete in the time that really I need to for the channel. Because I thought, if it takes me a year to put out, people probably, you know, my sort of like views and people's like subscriber like sort of consistency would like die down, and then when I release a video, maybe it wouldn't do so well. So I was like 50-50 on whether to do it, and I remember I started it, and I thought, let's just see how it goes. You know, I don't know, but I'm better trying than not trying. So if I hadn't found the Chimchar so quickly, maybe I wouldn't have carried on, because I might have, I don't know, I might have taken that break and been like, yeah, I don't really want to get back to it. I'm not feeling another 70 hours of hunting for Chimchar on top of all the other shinies. But I remember I came back after my 3-month break and I thought, listen, whether you want to do this challenge or you don't want to do this challenge, you got that Chimchar in 99 resets. Like, you probably should finish the video regardless, because that was just some insane luck. And I'm really glad that I did, because I had so much fun with it once I got going. So could have gone very differently. In an alternate universe, there's a Wayfarer who took too long to reset for his starter and just went, I'm not doing this anymore. I'm out. But that didn't happen. Yeah, the algorithm's weird. And I'll be honest with you, I don't have a clue how it works. I really am just winging it. But what I will say is, even though I am just winging, you know, YouTube, I don't think anybody truly like knows, because it's so I don't know, it just so doesn't make sense. Like, I remember I put my Scarlet video out and it just didn't do well, but then the other ones did. And I can't imagine that it was solely down to people not liking Scarlet, because I do see people get lots of like views on Scarlet shiny only runs. So I think sometimes it does just feel a little bit like I don't know, you're not in control of the views and stuff. It also could be that people, you know, just didn't really like those videos, or people didn't want to watch them. I'm not saying like that I'm arrogant enough to think that people will just automatically like what I'm doing, but I think just sometimes on view numbers, it just, I don't know, it just feels a little bit odd. So I thought, if I go a full year without releasing anything, maybe I will lose the momentum that I had. But thankfully that didn't happen. I found my Chimchar, and all of my other hunts kind of seemed to go well as well. So it worked out. I tell you what, when we do the Vespiquen hunt, I will not be using Maeve or any of the shinies. I will be using something rubbish, because I have a feeling that the Shiny Sparkle and Unnerve, and I know we've talked about this before, I'm still glad that I've used them for the gym, but I think that has added on a lot of time, incrementally. Oh, well, there you go. There you go. This is what I mean. I think it's hard to, like, it is hard to know what is the right thing to do and what's the wrong thing to do, you know. I guess number one is just make things that people want to watch. But I do feel like sometimes I've made things that people want to watch and they just haven't done well. Now, whether that's, you know, whether there's a reason for that, like I said, maybe people just didn't want to watch the Shield baby only run, or maybe Scarlet wasn't as enticing to them. But yeah, sometimes you do just feel a little bit like you're sort of like trying to ice skate. You're not in control of what is happening. It's the small things, you're right, that add up time in these encounters. You think it's all luck, I mean, I think to some degree there is like there is a part of it that can be, I don't know, you know, people you make a thumbnail that people like the look of and they want to click on, and you make the right title that makes it enticing for people to click on and things like that, and maybe that just snowballs. You know, people click, people comment, that causes more people to click, more people to comment, it causes more people to be shown the video, you know. But then there are instances where I'll put something out and I'll just, like you've said, you know, you just kind of go, oh, why didn't that do well? That's strange. But I'm very grateful for what has happened so far, you know. So it's just good stuff. And hopefully, you know, people will continue liking the videos. I'm intrigued to see how this Shield Shiny Only run does, because I don't know whether Sword and Shield tend to get a lot of views or not. I guess we'll see. But I'm not overly bothered either way. Like, I think if this run doesn't do well, that's fine. It doesn't do well. I'm having fun. I'm having fun playing it, so that doesn't matter. But I'm just intrigued. Yeah, exactly. I think if I was like gonna give anybody advice, which I may not really be eligible for giving advice, but if I was gonna give anybody advice, it would be to make things that you enjoy, and then if something, you know, if you get views and likes and stuff, then that's great, but make stuff you enjoy first and foremost. Don't make things because you think it will do well. Make it because you like it. You know? Yeah, and there you go, human. I think that you can tell, can't you? If someone's enjoying something, that makes the content better. I think you can tell when someone's making something to try and make it, you know? Or trying to like make something because they want to do well, like they want to get a lot of views and stuff. It doesn't, I don't think it translates very well. But even just in general, I would just always say that that's, you know, life's short and you should only ever do things that you want to do as much as you can help it. You know, sometimes we have to go and do things we don't want to do. I don't like going to work. You know, I would prefer to stay at home and play Pokemon and just spend all day with my wife. You know, that would be awesome. But overall, as much as you can, cram as much as you like want to do in every day, because then you'll have no regrets. Agreed. As long as we're all having fun, I'm not locked in. I agree. Yeah. Watch the video where they just sounded dead inside. Yeah, because it's just not, is it? I mean, don't get me wrong, I know I'm not maybe the most entertaining. I'm not like jumping around on screen and screaming and, you know, being very animated. But I would like to think you can tell that I'm enjoying myself. I'm having a good time. So yeah, I do know what you mean. And to be fair, I feel like I've definitely known people or seen people who fit that sort of description, and it never really works out. And I'm not saying that to how do I put it? My advice wouldn't be do something you love and it will work out. My advice would just be do what you love, and if it works out, then that's awesome. But if it doesn't work out, you're still enjoying yourself. That's what I would say. Nice. I'm glad to hear that. I do know what you mean. Yeah. That's nice. And I'm very... I don't know. I like that comes across, so thank you. I'm glad that comes across. Because I always have fun. I always enjoy doing this. I always say with like with like work's a really good comparison to like YouTube stuff, because you know, whenever I'm at work, I am just doing something for, you know, I'm not doing it because I want to be there. I'm doing it because it's my job. But with YouTube, like, I can come home and really, for me, I used to love just coming home, chucking the TV on, playing some games, doing like, you know, like whatever, really, not doing anything anything more work-wise, because I'd be like, I've been working all day, I do not want to work when I come home, I don't want to be like doing stuff. But YouTube doesn't feel like that. It just feels like I'm doing something that I like. Even the editing and like writing the script and stuff, it's just fun. So it's bizarre, really. I'll tell you what though, I've got a question for you actually, Human, while we're on the topic of script writing. Have you written anything recently? Because I know you said you're a bit of a hobbyist sort of writer. I find people who like I don't know what it is that you write, whether it's, oh, I'm stuck, whether you write like books or maybe like articles or short stories or poems or something like that. But I find like people who can write books and anything like that really just so fascinating, because it's such a skill. Like, I don't think my like script writing is very amateurish, you know what I mean? But people who can write books and create like a scene and really make you feel like you're in that place, you can imagine it, you can see it, you can sort of learn to like enjoy the characters and really like get to know them and stuff. All that is just amazing to me. Really amazing. That's fair. But you know, it doesn't mean that it's like over with, does it? You can take a break, you can leave it for a little while and always come back to it in future. I mean, I think we all get like that to some degree. I definitely will say that there are times when I've been working non-stop on YouTube out in my spare time, and I'll get to a point where I'm like, oh, I need a break or something, because I'm just, as much as I'm loving it, I'm getting a little bit burned out. I need a little bit of a break. So I do understand. Oh, nice. Brilliant. Have you got any like you don't have to tell, because I understand. You might not want to give your ideas away. Have you got any like a synopsis or a sort of like a short descriptor? And you don't have to say it on stream. You can message it me if you would like to instead. But yeah, I would like to hear like a little description of them if you've got it. I need to get some more books to read soon. I'm just, well, I finished. I read the first Jurassic Park. Now I'm reading the second Jurassic Park. I've read them both like 4 or 5 times at this point. That's just so good. And then once I've finished reading those, I've got a few of the Republic Commando books from Star Wars. I might start reading them again. But I need some more, because I feel like I've read all of these quite a lot of times. I'm just very like, I like what I like, and I tend to read the same stuff over and over, but I would like maybe something a little bit different. In particular, maybe more Michael Crichton books, like Andromeda Strain or Terminal Man. I might have a look at them. Oh, Harry Potter. I haven't read Harry Potter in years. I might read them again, because I've forgotten what the books are like, if I'm honest. But if anybody's got any book recommendations, please shout them out. Nice. Definitely, yeah, definitely drop me a message. I would love to hear that. And that sounds like a really interesting sort of idea to take something that's like a silly concept and make it serious. That's really good. I very often like I don't think you see that very often, so that's a really good idea. You usually see the other way around, don't you? You see like a serious concept that's made silly. Like as an example, Fallout. You know, Fallout is a very serious game when you think of it. You know, the fact that the world ended and billions died and there was, you know, nuclear bombs that destroyed the whole Earth. But it's so like upbeat and almost like contradictory to that. It's like juxtaposed with fun sort of like music and products that just don't really fit that, like, what's the word, that premise. Characters that are weird and wacky. People's kind of outlook on the world doesn't fit what the world's actually like. So yeah, I do like that idea of a silly concept taken seriously. That's brilliant. I think I would love to like write a little book or something, but that's always the trouble for me, is the trying to world build. I feel like that's so difficult to do, and granted I've never really tried it, but I just don't think that I could do it. It's such a unique talent, I think, to be able to world build, you know, and create characters that have so many different dynamics to them and twists and things like that. I just don't think I'd be much good at that. Good Omens, yes. Sorry, I don't know what Good Omens is, but I do know Terry Pratchett, so I will have a look at Good Omens. Terry Pratchett. Oh, what's Terry Pratchett wrote now? I've definitely read Terry Pratchett books when I was younger, but I just, for the life of me, cannot remember what they were. I'll have to have a think. But if you can name me any Terry Pratchett kind of like series, I will know 100% which one I've read, I'm sure. I used to really like a series of Unfortunate Events by Lemony Snicket with like the Baudelaire kids and stuff. That was a good set of books. And I feel like that was around the same time that I've read Terry Pratchett books. It was like when I was younger. Rimworld. I don't think I've read Rimworld. Did he write something called Artemis Fowl? By any chance? Or was that someone else? But world building is a skill you can learn, yeah. Yeah, well, I imagine it. I suppose that's it. It's a very good skill. I just would struggle with it 100%. I'll have a little look now. Terry Pratchett books. Oh, that is good. That is good, yeah. People watching, that makes a lot of sense. You could quite easily, yeah, you could easily build a character off that, couldn't you? I feel like I just struggle, I don't know, I struggle whenever I think about, I don't know, like a book that I would like write or whatever. I can't get any of it, to be honest. But even like if I try and think of like characters specifically, my brain just goes to like absolute. There's just nothing. There's nothing up there that starts to turn. Not compared to like when I do the YouTube videos, it's almost like that just reels off. So that is it's impressive, but that's a really good point. I bet that would help a lot. And yeah, I suppose because that is a thing sometimes, isn't it? Like especially in people who maybe have autism or similar sorts of like issues with like knowing how people work and like how they should maybe behave and things like that. It's like it's almost like a masking kind of thing, isn't it? Like I suppose you maybe like look to how other people work to be like, oh, that's how I should work, I guess. But I don't know. I'm just having a little look now for Terry Pratchett. He's got a lot. there you go. Yeah. And that makes sense because I suppose, yeah, if you weren't sure how to, then other people are the perfect. All you got to do is watch them and see how they work, and that's like a good blueprint, isn't it? Yeah. I think I have just seen Discworld on here. I think. I mean, there's so many. I don't know. Maybe weirdly, my maybe my brain just remembers the way, like, because I remember Terry Pratchett's name on the book was like in huge bold letters. You know, it was like you couldn't miss it. So maybe I've just seen Terry Pratchett books and now I'm like, oh yeah, I remember Terry Pratchett. I don't know. I feel like I have read one of his books though. But I can't for the life of me find anything that he's done. That I would have read. I don't know. Just having a little look at Discworld now. Wow, there's 41. 41 Discworld novels. That is a lot. Well, it looks like I've got a link here for reading order. I'll have a little look. I can't guarantee I'll read them because I don't know how much they'll be my kind of cup of tea, but I'll certainly have a look. So thank you. I mean, I quite like the Michael Crichton stuff beyond Jurassic Park, because he's very like a lot of his books are about humans trying to play God and going too far and then having to, like, you know, suffer the consequences. And I really like that theme, even if it's just the same theme in different books. I really like that, like, that worldview, because I think sometimes we can be guilty of doing that. And 100%, you know, if there were instances where we could play God, no matter how dangerous it was, we would do it, and we have done it. So I just find it very interesting. And we still do, don't we? So thank you. But no, don't worry. I know, no pressure. I just mean I will have a little look, definitely. Because it might be my cup of tea. I've just never heard of it, so I don't 100% know what it is. Oh, we're in 2002. Oh, I've just dripped like condensation all over my Switch controller. No, that's such an annoying thing. I know that I'm just being an absolute an absolutely stupid person by not understanding how condensation works, but like, it's 2024. We have planes, and we have all sorts of like cool stuff. Why do we not have glasses that avoid condensation? Or some sort of device that stops it. Like, why don't we sell glasses that have a little, you know, thing around the bottom that just absorbs it instead of it dripping off? Such a pet peeve, condensation. And the coaster always sticks to the glass. Double cups? What's double cups? Like double layered? I guess so, yeah. That would be good. I don't know, anything that works basically. Anything that stops condensation. We do have coasters, but I don't mean about it going on the table. I mean like whenever I lift it up to drink, the condensation falls off and goes all over the keyboard, or it goes on my Switch controller. But that's just me being really a really old man and complaining about absolutely nothing. That is what it's like, isn't it? You just, you know. Yeah, true. It will do. But I've got Pepsi. It's just out of the fridge. Just Pepsi out of the fridge, because warm Pepsi is not fun. Well, actually, it's not even Pepsi, it's Pepsi Max. I can't have like full fat like Coke or Pepsi or Sprite or something anymore, because it just like, I feel like it makes your teeth feel funny. Makes your teeth feel like fuzzy, like they've got, and it's just because of the sugar, but not really something that I like doing anymore. You'd take my word for it. Are you not really do you not really drink any like soft drinks? Because to be fair, if you don't, that's fine. I wish I didn't. I feel like I am addicted to soft drinks, if I'm honest. If I tried to give up Pepsi, I would genuinely struggle. I'm gonna get the starter shiny. How do you mean? Oh, it's 2014. Hello. Okay, no ask. And Red, how are you both doing? Have you had a nice day? Been up to much? That's fair. That's fair. You just don't like any of the like Coke type. That's totally fair. I wish that I didn't. I definitely am addicted to Pepsi Max at this point. Unfortunately, it's frustrating. Egg catching. Oh, I see. I don't think so, and the main reason is I would have liked to have done that, but I didn't want Grookey. As cool as it is, I didn't want. I don't really like Rillaboom Shiny all that much. Cinderace is cool, but I knew I was going to get a fire type in this gym that I was going to keep on my team, probably for most of the game, depending on which one it is. And Sobble is also really cool, but and it has the nicest shiny. I think maybe Cinderace is also good, but I'm gonna have Lantern, which is a water type. So I thought, well, Sobble won't really match with that. So yeah, I'm not going to be hatching the shiny starter, but we're still going to have a very cool team come the end of this challenge. A very cool team. Very unique. Oh, nice, you beat Rose in Sword. So you're really close to the end, aren't you? Really close to the end. I do like the weird order in which the game plays out in Sword and Shield. You know, where you think you're just about to battle Leon, and then it's like, nope. Rose is up to something. It in a way, it should feel like it's a little bit... What's the word? It ruins the pace, but I don't think it does. I actually think it's a good decision. Oh, we are fast approaching half odds. We're so close now. We're actually nearly at the year. The current year. Imagine if we find it in 2024. Every man that has a brown beard and brown hair to the side is evil. Rose and that iron guy in Scarlet. The iron guy in Scarlet. Who's the iron guy? Do you mean the professor? The funny thing with Rose though as well is Rose is just so like, I don't know, he's not he's not even like evil, is he? He's just I don't know. He's just a bit too obsessed with energy and the future. It seems like it's a very obvious take on, like, I don't know, maybe people who are concerned about global warming or the energy crisis that we have in the world right now. A lot of people are concerned about it, and then there are a lot of people that are like, listen, that's years away. You don't got to worry about that just yet. Just keep doing what you're doing, because it doesn't matter. I feel like that's what Rose's whole story is like based on. So I guess I don't see him as evil. I kind of see him as a bit more like just a guy who gets a bit too obsessed with something. Whereas Gets is pretty evil. Yeah, I think it might be the professor. I think it's is it Truro? Is that right? Truro? Professor Truro? And Cedar? Do you know what they get? I think they do border a little bit on evil, because poor Arwen, and I mentioned this in my video, but he goes through all that trauma of, like, you know, Motostoke being unwell, and he's on his own looking after Motostoke because his parent is like in Area Zero, just like doing whatever they want. And then Seda or Truro, which they're the same, aren't they? But they decide that they're gonna they want to open the portal to this other world, knowing that it's really going to backfire, and Paldea is going to potentially not be Paldea anymore because the Pokemon are going to start coming through and they're going to ruin the ecosystem, and they might even like take over. And they have a son in that world, and they're just like, yeah, that's what we're going to do. And then it's Koraidon, isn't it, that kind of steps in and like what does he do? Or it's that the professor like tries to save Koraidon from the other Koraidon and gets caught in the crossfire and dies. But before that, they were absolutely going to open the portal to all the Paradox Pokemon. So terrible, parents. The worst. Rose's art could have worked way better if they showed him being brushed off time and time again. I 100% agree. You know, it's like... Yeah, he mentions it very briefly at like one point or another. I think maybe just before the championships. And Leon's like, why are you worrying about that? That's 1,000 years away. Like, we've got one more day of battling, and then we'll look at that. And Rose, for some reason, just goes, no. No, I want to look at that now. I want to do that right now. But you're right, if he'd been brushed off a lot, and maybe he kept saying to people like, listen, we need to look at this now, and people kept saying, hey, Rose, wait, don't worry about that. Then it would work. Because he would have an actual reason, because he would say, actually, I have been trying to tell you for months that we need to do this. And someone always says, I'll help you tomorrow, or I'll help you in a day or two. But that never happens. So I don't believe you now when you say you're going to help. Yeah, you're right, he agrees to help like literally the day after. He's like, one more day of battling, and then we'll look at it. So, yeah. Weird story, Sword and Shield. Weird story. I think in some ways it almost doesn't feel like a story. Yeah, I don't know. Like sometimes when you watch, when you play the older games, and you have these instances where, you know, let's say like BDSP, because that's a new and an old game technically, isn't it? You know, you have a whole portions of the game where you have to go into like a Team Galactic hideout and beat them. Or you have to like make a journey to somewhere that's not got a gym in it because somebody's asked you to, or something like that. But Sword and Shield's just like, literally, there's no real story other than go here, go here, go there, go over here, go over there. Like that's all it is. It's odd, really odd. Yeah, spot on, spot on. The game's good. The story is eh. The Pokemon look cool. Yeah, it's a strange one. And I think it's more focused on the characters as well. I think that's a part of it, that they want you to have a lot of interactions with Leon and Hop and Sonia and Marnie and you know, the gym leaders, you kind of speak to them a little bit more. There's like a lot of instances where they want you to speak to characters, but that's not the plot. That's just like people that you meet and know. Maybe that's sometimes a part of the problem though, is like, I know people people didn't love in Black and White and Sun and Moon that you were constantly getting stopped for story elements, and you were constantly having characters come up to you and kind of say, like, I want to battle you, I want to do this, I want to do that, like, let's go here, let's go there, and people kind of was like, I just want to go and beat the gyms, I don't want this. So maybe Sword and Shield is the product of people kind of saying they didn't want as much story, but I love the story. I will always love the story. Like, that's what I want more of. Yeah. BD is strange. I mean, he kind of is, but it's the same thing. It's like BD doesn't contribute anything. Do you know what I mean? He's not even like... I know he's like the... You know, the same as like Silver or Gary or... Well, actually, we've not really had any jerk rivals for a while, have we? But he's kind of like along those lines. But he's just not as good. And that's kind of what I was saying the other day about, I think there is something in Sword and Shield about maybe characters' motivations are all that they have these like expectations placed on them by other people. You know, BD wants to do well because he wants to impress Rose. Sonya wants to make her grandma proud and take over her position, and she feels like she got a lot of pressure from her. Hop with Leon. But it doesn't always translate well in the story. I think Hop and Leon's does. But then like Sonya and her grandma, like the professor, they're not like... That's not clear cut. And then BD and Rose is like non-existent. You can see it, but there's no like... I don't know, there's no real motivation there. Well, that's why BD suits Opal, isn't it really? I do like the purring. Oh, this is exactly half odds. 2048. There we go. But no sign of the shiny. I probably won't play the story on stream. No, probably I think there are going to be videos in future where I play the entire game on stream, for sure. But particularly with this one, I think because it's my first sort of go at streaming and all that kind of stuff, I need to really work out how it works and how it fits in with sort of like my longer videos. So I'm gonna do the shiny hunts on stream and I'm gonna do the story offline, and then apart from maybe the final battles, we'll see. I think maybe the Champion Cup and Rose and Eternatus and Leon, I think I will do them on stream because I think that could be fun. But I think everything before that I'm going to do offline. And then the long format video as well then should have like a a cool format to it, because it'll be like there'll be clips in there of the overlay and the stream and your chat, and then there'll also be clips where it's just the game. So yeah, that's what I'm going to go along with for now. Oh, nice. Yeah, definitely go and get some food. I mean, for you, it is... Is it 7:45? Wow, you've held on well for food. So yeah, definitely. Go and get some. What are you eating tonight? Have you got anything specific? But yeah, not ask. I think the next video I do, which is going to be... I'm pretty sure it's going to be Legends Arceus, but I can only use full odd shinies. I'm pretty sure I will be doing the entire game on stream, because I've already covered the story in my other Legends Arceus video, so I think it's probably okay to just not cover it as much in the long form video and just have fun on stream. So that's what we'll be doing for that game. But then when I do Legends ZA, that will probably be an offline playthrough, and then, you know, we'll see. Will I do Gligar as a shiny in the Legends Arceus game? Oh yeah, definitely. That sounds like a good idea. I think that would be a cool one to do, because it's my favourite. So yeah. You have had food today, you had breakfast, and then maybe forgot the passage of time. I mean, I do the same, to be honest. There's so many times where I will just, like, not have dinner and then just have tea. But yeah. Just comes some bread. Like, literally just bread. No fillings, no butter. Anything like that? No? If so, that is impressive. I'm too fat to just have bread. I need to have something with it. Been having a lot of soup recently. Norwegians eat so much bread. Well, bread is awesome, isn't it? Bread is the best. But you've got to have stuff with it. There you go. You are having stuff on it. Very nice. Right. I am going to take a 2-minute break. All I will say is I've had a lot of water to drink today. So I'll be back in 2 minutes. What hunt am I doing after this? I will be doing Vespiquen. But we did speak about this earlier on. I may need to do some of that off stream, because it's going to be a long hunt. So I'm going to do a mix for that one. And then after that, not ask, every single shiny hunt will be entirely on stream. But Vespiquen is like a really unusual one, because it's going to be soft resetting. So it's going to take a long time. And I think I'm going to need to do some on stream, some off stream, just to try and maximise how quickly I can get it. Otherwise, the video might come out too late, and then I might not be able to do Legends Arceus before ZA comes out, and. So that's where we're at. I'll be 2 minutes, and then we will continue. We are back. Sorry about that. I feel like it is always difficult to get back quickly after, like, when you're having a break. 2 minutes seems like a long time, but it's just not. Oh, I agree, human. Plain bread is very nice when dipped in tomato soup. You can have that, you know, without butter, definitely. I do like some bread and butter. I've been having like chicken and, well, like chicken soup, but it's got like onions in it and stuff. And I've been having that with like rolls with butter on, and then yeah, it's just awesome. It's so nice. Well, to be fair, it wasn't just a bodily function. Bucky has also made his way upstairs. He heard me get up out of my chair, and he's decided to come and sit with us. But how long that lasts for, we just don't know. You know what he's like. He's very... Oh, he's starting to whine. No, we're streaming. And you went out not that long ago, mister. He's a funny dog. He does like to whine a lot, even when there's nothing to whine about. I know, how dare I get up to go to the bathroom midstream? It's terrible. I feel like I'm a person that apologises quite a lot, even if really there isn't anything to apologise for. But I think that's the good old British politeness sort of thing, where I'm not really like sorry. I'm not. I don't know. I'm not like genuinely apologising, because there isn't anything to apologise for, but I'm just like, oh, sorry about that. Real streamers. That brings a whole new meaning to the word streamer, doesn't it? You really would be a live streamer if you were doing that. I think he may want to come and sit up here. Where are you? It's dark in here, so you're kind of blending in with the floor at this point. You wanting to come and sit with me? Is that it? That's okay. You can come sit with me. I don't think I would be a live streamer for very long if I did that. I think somebody may be along to revoke my YouTube partner status if I did that live on stream. There are certainly other websites that would allow that, but I don't think YouTube would. just slightly off cam. To be fair, I do have to be careful now that I've got the camera on, because there are instances where I've walked into my like office room and just sort of forgot that there's a camera there. You know, maybe, I don't know, just in general when I'm around the house, maybe like if I'm getting ready for work in the morning or whatever. I need to make sure that I always click end stream, is basically what I'm saying. If anyone asks, it's absolutely apple juice. Well, the first thing that they would say in that instance would be, if it's apple juice, just take a drink of it then. So well, this is the thing. It's the same with the we have like a Ring doorbell, and when you have to take it out to charge it, it's in the house. You know, it's like maybe it's charging. You know, it could be charging in like in the living room or in the in the office or whatever. I always just forget about it, and then yeah, you can't. Basically, is what I'm saying. It's unflattering to be caught in 4K eating your tea like a pig. You know what I mean? Things like that. So, how is the Galarian Corsola hunt coming along? And, not ask, are you still going with Sword and Shield? Have you beat? I know you said you beat Rose, but are you still going in that? You like about to beat Leon? Have you switched over to Heart Gold? Nice. No shinies yet, but you've still got a long ways to go. I seem to remember years ago when I was like, this is before I had a channel, before I was really into like hunting shinies or anything like that, I kind of debated you know, doing a I don't know, like doing like what you're doing basically. And I had to go at it with Rowlet in Sword and Shield. And that was Masuda method. So 1 in think it was 682 or something like that, because I don't think I had the shiny charm, so it was that. And I remember, I think I did it for like 2 days, you know, maybe like 4 hours one day, 4 hours the day after, and being like, oh, wow, that took a long time. I can't believe how long that took. I don't think I've got it in me to be a shiny hunter. And then, like, fast forward, I don't know, 3 years. Done way worse than that. I'm really looking forward to the Masuda hunts. Really looking forward to them. 6 boxes left, plus 2 rows in box 3. Very nice. Very nice. It's like 6.5 boxes then. It's pretty good. Oh, so we've been on a similar trajectory. We both had instances where we weren't shiny hunters, and now we're fully fledged. That's fair, yeah. I thought you'd be too anxious at potentially failing them. I mean, it can be. It can get anxious when. I'm trying to think of examples, but like I hunted for like a Pokemon, a shiny Pokemon in BDSP in Iron Island, and one of the Pokemon can be Graveler, and that has self-destruct. So I did the preparation. I got a Golduck that had damp, and I waited for it to, like, I thought, well, maybe we won't get a Graveler. Maybe we'll get a Steelix or a Golbat or something like that. But we did. We got a Graveler, and it tried to self-destruct on turn 1. And thankfully, because it brought Golduck, I was all good. But it is quite, you know, in that moment you're like, oh, I hope this works out. You know, imagine if it was, let's say, I don't know, imagine if I hadn't leveled it up enough and it had been knocked out by the Graveler or the Golbat, or Riley's Lucario had got a critical hit and knocked out the Graveler. It's all very touch and go. So there you go. Brilliant. Well done for, you know, for sort of being chill about it. I think you can be, can't you? I think certainly sometimes it depends on what the hunt is, I think, as well. I think that's the other thing. I think if it's in a game like Scarlet or Legends Arceus, my brain can kind of go, yeah, that's okay. I don't mind that. I think if I failed a shiny in this or in BDSP where I'd been waiting around forever, and then I lost it at like 6,000 encounters, I would be distraught. Time to shine Litwick. So Safa thinks we're going to get Litwick. Very well could do. We very well could do. And nice, well done for being prepared. That is it, isn't it? You've just gotta try and scout it out. I find that quite difficult sometimes. I feel like a lot of the time my brain just goes, we'll be okay. Don't worry about it. We'll be okay. But you shouldn't. You should prepare and research and things like that. And I think I would do, depending on the, you know, what the hunt was. Like Vespiquen's up next. I did have a little look at Vespiquen. It seems like it's going to be at a low enough level that it'll be okay. We should be able to deal with it. I don't know if I'll be able to catch it in a Premier Ball, but we'll see. I might just go and buy a lot of revives or something to try and keep the battle going for as long as possible. Or actually, I might try and find a different ball to catch Vespiquen in. Maybe that'll be the first one that I catch in, like a different ball. Yeah, timer ball could be nice. I do really like the timer ball. What else is there? I'll have a little look. I'll see what we can buy in the wild area. There must be some that suit. But yeah, timer could definitely be good. Yeah, luxury ball, good shout. I think I do want to start catching them in some different Pokeballs. I've kind of gone with Premier Balls for now. And I think that's still okay, like especially if we get like a fire type. I feel like a Premier Ball fits a fighting type. Not a fighting type, a fire type. But yeah, I think over the course of the challenge I would like to start seeing if I can catch them in some other types. It does, but thankfully for me, because I've said that in my rules I can manipulate time. I can just cycle through day by day until we find the one we want. And I can probably even go to the Isle of Armor and see if the Chromatic works as well. But I don't know with that one. I haven't like really decided. We're coming up on Slowpoke. But it looks like we're going to be overtaking that one soon. Oh, does it now? I thought you might be able to get some unique ones in there. That's kind of rubbish then. Yeah, it's like I'm not going to be able to stockpile them. I see what you're saying. And that does make things problematic, doesn't it? Because the likelihood is that the first ball isn't going to work. So, yeah. All right, really. Yeah, that's kind of that sounds unfortunate. Never mind them. I guess I'll just go with. I mean, there are nice. There are some nice Pokeballs that you can buy for Watts, aren't there, in the wild area? Dive, Luxury, Dusk. Probably Netballs, Quick Balls. You can probably buy. Are there any others? Oh, you do. You're right, you do. I mean, that's the thing. I could use like a Yamper or something to get like the ball fetch, but I don't think I'm that invested in it. Do you know what I mean? I think if it was post game, and I could just level some Yamper up to level 100 and do it like that, but then I probably would just start getting comments from people saying, you know, the same thing. You're using that Pokemon in battle. So it's all good. I'm sure I'll find some, and yeah. Either way, it's gonna look good. We can edit it to make it look shiny. You're right. We could. But I won't. I'm too. I'll be honest. Which is sometimes what is the frustrating part when you do get comments like that, because I think, oh no, I do actually do things genuinely. You know, I don't ever lie to people, or make it look like anything that it's not. You know, I just do the challenge as it is. So you seem to have been besieged by a cat. Well, good luck getting out of that. Yeah, it's a shame, isn't it, when people do that? A real shame. I mean, I don't understand why you do as well. And it's same with the not to like, I don't want to be bad mouthing anyone, but I've seen sometimes like people will put videos out where they'll say like sort of the same as what my titles are, where it's like Pokemon whatever, but I can only use shinies. And then you'll get to the video and they'll be like, yeah, like I used a computer program to turn the odds down to 1 in 200. And I'm like, oh, well that's not really a shiny only video then, is it? Really? Because, don't get me wrong, I do use different methods, you know, like if in this game we're going to be using Dynamax Adventures, which is lowered odds, and we're going to be using the Brilliant Aura, which is like lower odds. But that's to like compare the different methods and see like, you know, what's egg hatching like, what's full odds like, what's Dynamax Adventures like, what is random encounters like. But people like that, where they do things like that, I just think, oh well, that's not a shiny only video, because the whole point of shiny only is that when you're watching it, you know the patience that person's gone through to get that. You may as well just be playing through the game normally, which is fine, but don't lie to people by doing that. So yeah, I do understand that, and I think definitely frustrating. And I think as well, when they do that, like what you've just said, it then makes it more difficult for people, for like me and other people, because I've seen instances where like there's a what's his name now? There's a guy called like I think it's like Tion, Tion, I think. And I saw someone on one of his videos the other day like asking, you know, like saying like, oh, this is great, but I don't know whether he's like cheating or it's legitimate or not. And some people were saying like, oh no, it's legitimate. I mean, if you look at how long the amount of time is between his video posts, he's clearly spent a lot of time on this. And then there's other people being like, no, it must be fake because I can see this and I can see that and I can see this. But I don't think you would get as many of those people. And to be fair, he was really nice about it. He said like, you know, don't be nasty to people who are doubting it. You know, it's a fair question, but no, they are legitimate runs. But I think like it's a shame, because you would probably get a lot of less people like that if there weren't so many videos out there of people, you know, lying or pretending that it's not, that it's something other than what it is. And I agree. When there's nothing wrong with doing those videos, but I think you should probably put it in the thumbnail, or you should probably put it in the title. I think you know what you're doing when you say, you know, oh, we completed this game using shiny onlys. Yes, you did technically, but if you lowered the odds, you may as well have been doing it with normal Pokemon. So the viewers demand their time. Sorry, they demand the toll of time and toil. I agree. That's what people want. When you say the word shiny, that's what people think of, don't they? They want it. Let's be honest. People want to see the suffering to get it, and the relief, and the, you know, the celebration when they do get it. That's what they want. That's hilarious. I mean, people like that you will just never convince, will you? Like, yeah, you're right. Some people just can't be helped. People who are accusing someone of hacking when it's literally a compilation just can't. You'll never be able to rationalise it to them. You'll never be able to explain it to them, because they've already made their mind up. Let's see some suffering. Well, I don't think I'm suffering just yet, but we'll get there. We will surely get there. Do you want to get down, Bucky? Or do you want to stay up here? What are you doing? I'm going to get down. There you go. Want to go up here? No. I made him a nice little bed behind me. I have this like footstool. It's like quite big, really comfortable. I got it from like a proper sofa shop. And I made him a nice little bed on it and put his blankets there and everything, and he doesn't want to sit on it, which is typical. So whether he's going to go downstairs or just lie on the floor, I'm not sure. It looks like he's opting to go downstairs. I'll just open the door for him. Off you pop. Go on. Put the light on for you. There you go. Oh dear. He is definitely a cat. I was telling my wife about the conversation we had, and she is fully in agreement that he's a cat. Medium amount of suffering sounds good. That sounds good to me too. I can tolerate that for sure. For sure. I can get on board with a medium amount of suffering. Which is probably what we're up to. You know, we're at half odds, which is medium, isn't it really? That's the definition of medium. So yeah. I don't know if I was maybe just talking a lot more on the last stream or not paying attention, but I feel like the encounters have gone up a little bit faster this stream. Like, we're at 2135, so when we get to 2176, we'll be at 300 encounters. I don't know actually, now I'm thinking maybe I'm just imagining things. Because we've got about 3 hours left on stream. We've been going for 2 hours. I think last night we got 650 encounters. So actually, we're probably around about the same, aren't we? Maybe it just feels different. Yeah, maybe. I feel like last night particularly, I was feeling tired from work. Today when I started, I was feeling tired from work, but now I'm getting a bit more energized. Like, I don't feel like I'm as tired. Do you know what I mean? I did forget to press A lot in the beginning. Yeah. I think I'm getting more used to looking at the chat and looking at the screen as well, so that I'm not forgetting as much. It's becoming a science. The thing is, I've got to press a button on my keyboard as well to do the encounter, so it's like run into something, spam A so that Maeve comes out, press the little arrow on the keyboard, keep spamming A, move on to the next one, over and over and over again. Yeah, I agree. They do, don't they? They do start to fly by when you get in the zone. %81% of people still think that we're going to find the shiny today. Wait, so for every encounter, do you have to do the Reggie puzzle again? Is that legitimate? Is like Have you got to like do the whole puzzle and then it like loads and then you like reset the game? Because if you do, that's nuts. I thought it was like you just saved in front of it and soft reset. Exactly back to the same point. Oh, I should have done. That was a missed opportunity. 81% of dentists agree that we will find the shiny today. If there's any people who are lurking in the chat, you're not going to know what we're talking about, but I can assure you that 81% of dentists agree that we're going to find the shiny today. The other 19% of dentists, we don't know what's happened to them. Well, they don't appear to be around anymore. Oh wow. Okay. So basically, you're doing like a more hardcore version of that shiny hunt. That's brilliant. That's brilliant. And I can understand that. I think I'm alright once I get in the zone. Even if it's a boring shiny hunt, like if it's, if it's literally just running into the same Pokemon over and over again. I think once I'm in the zone, it doesn't matter to me, like I just go for it. Wow, really? That is brilliant. So how does the puzzle work? Sorry, just because I thought you would have still had to. Do you not have to soft reset even after you've done the puzzle? Do you know what I mean? So like, let's say you do the puzzle, you encounter the Reggie. If it's not a shiny, what do? Can you run away and then you've just got to do the puzzle again? Or do you have to soft reset regardless? Do you know what I'm trying to say? Oh wow, so you can just run away. That's really cool. That's really cool. I didn't think you'd be able to do that. That's awesome. I kind of get that then. I think I might prefer that to soft reset them. I thought you meant that you were doing that on top of soft resetting. Do you know what I mean? So that's a good idea for sure. I mean, to be fair, I don't think I could just do soft resets without not doing anything else. If I'm streaming, it's going to be okay, but I think if I was just like offline, then what I would probably do is watch something. I'd probably be watching TV or something like that. There's no way I could just soft reset and that would be the only thing that I'm doing. I'm just playing the game, soft resetting, because that is just, ooh, that takes a special kind of like mental resilience that I just don't have. And also, why would you wanna? You want to be doing something. I do understand. Yeah, and I think that now you understand my like concern, because I was like, is soft resetting as well as the puzzle? That is some dedication. I get that. It's nice to have YouTube on. Definitely nice to have a show on. But I mean, to be fair, it depends if you've got a lot on. I don't know, if you've got a lot on your mind, maybe something to think about, then I suppose it is a good sort of task, isn't it? Because I think sometimes, correct me if I'm wrong, but if you let's say you've got something that you need to like consider, you need to mull over in your head. If you aren't doing anything, so let's just say you just sat on the sofa, you're trying to think about this thing, you can't really focus your brain because it's not focused. It's like, for me anyway, I just start thinking about all kinds of stuff and I don't focus on the thing I'm supposed to be thinking about. But if you, let's say if you are playing a game like you're soft resetting, you can kind of, your brain is focused because it's focused on the soft resetting. It's focused on like clicking the buttons and doing the task, so it frees it up to think about other stuff without procrastinating. Does that make sense? I feel like that's definitely a thing. Nothing shiny yet, not asked now. We're still going. We are still going. We knew this might be a possibility, but we're over half odds. We're coming up to the slowpoke number. Nice, that sounds good. Creating a story in your head, letting it play out for entertainment. Yeah. I find it very difficult to focus my mind. Really, really difficult. It's just all over the place. I try and think about something specific. My mind wanders a lot. A lot of daydreaming. And then I have to like, literally like, will think 5 times in the same like, 5 minutes. Like, no, you're doing it again. Think about the thing that you're supposed to be thinking about. It's bizarre. Like sometimes at work, I have to like take the minutes, if you know what that is. So it's kind of like you just write down or you type out things that need picking up, or things that like need resolving by the next week's meeting. And there'll be so many times in those meetings where like people are talking about important stuff, and I'm like, my brain's just daydreaming and going off on a tangent. I have to keep being like, you have to be typing this out. Stop getting distracted. Stop thinking about other things. And then I'll be like, yeah, I've got to focus. And then like within 30 seconds, I find myself thinking about something else again. And I'm like, oh my god, stop it. Silly brain. $60 more encounters, and then we'll be at Slowpoke. Wonder how long that will take. Brains are very silly. Very silly. And brains are silly in the sense of, like, I know this is obvious, and not to get too deep, but every single one of us are just our brains, aren't we? Like, we're not the face that you see, or the body that you have. We're just a brain. Like, that's our entire personality, memories, you know, decision making, all that stuff is just the brain. Well, that's the only thing. We can't. Can we trust that as an unbiased fact? Because the brain is probably the most important organ because it is us. But who wrote that? The brain. Or somebody's brain did. Free from cat jail. Nice. Same here. Bucky has gone downstairs. He's left me alone. He's a funny little dog. Because he did want to be up here. And then decided within 10 minutes, nah, I don't. Although he can be quite funny in the sense of, like, if my wife's working today, so she's not here. He likes all three of us to be together. So if one of us isn't in, usually my wife, he misses my wife a lot. Probably a lot more than me. But he will, like, go and, you know, sit downstairs and just sort of mope about until she comes home. Because he just wants all of us to be together. And he'll do the same with, if my wife, like, goes downstairs and I'm upstairs, he will sit and wait at the top of the stairs for me to, like, come downstairs. He won't go down, or he will rarely go down, because he's kind of like saying to me, like, come on, we need to stick together. We've all got to go downstairs. It's cute. Yep, I agree. Very silly boy. But I do love him. He's very nice. He's a very nice cat. Oh. That's funny. We fully remember. We fully remember. Oh. Oh yeah, of course, a decade, yeah. I suppose that's well within the... She could have got them then, yeah. Yeah, she could have got them before then. Sorry, like after. That's brilliant. Yeah, they very much like you to be like a pack, don't they? If we're all here, we're all doing the same thing. We have to go from room to room together. It's like the... Have you ever seen the video of the... There's like a group of penguins, and I'd say there's like 30 of them. And 29 of them all start walking in one direction, and one of them goes the wrong way, and you just see like one of the penguins at the back like turn around and go back to the other penguin and kind of like guide him back to the herd or whatever they're called. He's like, no, it's this way, come on. It's such a funny clip, because it makes it look like the penguins are just like drunk. Or like that, the one that goes the wrong way is like the drunk penguin. And his mate is kind of like, nope, get back over here. What are you doing? I agree. Oh, very cute penguins. We got last year when it was like my wife's birthday. I got like there's a zoo in England called Chester Zoo. It's a pretty nice zoo. And I got like like an adoption thing for the penguins, and we went and saw them. And oh, they're so cool. They've got like their exhibit is like at Chester Zoo. It's sort of like these rocks that are like a shoreline, and then it's got these it's got like a water section, but the glass panel that goes around the water you can see in, so you can see them all swimming and like moving around, and they're all like so adorable. And I'm pretty sure they do like wave at people and like acknowledge them and things like that. A lot of them do. I remember I went and there was like I'd swear this happened. There was like a baby elephant that waved at me. I remember there was only like me stood in the section that I was stood in, and it looked over at me and like waved its trunk. But it was like looking right at me. That was cute. Depends on the zoo. I don't like all zoos because I know that there are some that are just really grim. Particularly like some of the SeaWorld ones and stuff in America, where they just like really not good for the animals. But I feel like some zoos are pretty good. The Chester Zoo, the one in the UK that I'm referring to, they have a lot of efforts focused around like conservation. So theirs isn't really to like... I don't think it's so much to turn a profit. It's kind of like it's more like a non-profit where it's focused around treating the animals well and trying to get them to breed and you know, make sure that they're not endangered and things like that. Like all their efforts go towards that side of things, which is pretty cool. And they have some really cool stuff there as well. don't like old Zeus either. My accent definitely makes it sound like I'm saying other things sometimes, for sure. All Zeus, old Zeus. It's basically the same thing. In fact, we were talking about this the other day at work. I and many other people in like my section of the country say some words that are definitely like you're not supposed to say them the way that we say them. So like I say Coke for like Coca-Cola, but obviously it should be Coke. But I say Coke. Or bus. I'm pretty sure that I say buzz sometimes, but that's not right because it should be bus. What else is there? Oh yeah, the one that he was saying was car park. A car park. Apparently I don't say that right either. Car park. Very funny thing, accents, aren't they? How wildly different they can be, even in the same country. Do you have that a lot in Norway? Is there like a lot of like just differences between accents in different parts of the countries and stuff, or is it, you know, is it what's it like? Oh, really? That is interesting. I mean, I suppose every country has it, don't they? Like, it's just natural. You come from a different part of the country, people sound slightly different. So you sound slightly different. I suppose that is just the way it goes. It's everywhere in the world, but still. Yeah. Yeah, I get that. I get that. $2,200. Still no shiny. The word Genom is Giona. Right, okay. I see what you mean. So it's like actual pronunciations and the way words are said. Yeah, I mean, I suppose we have that too, but maybe not to that degree. Not that I can think of. Because that is quite that's quite a you know, a big difference, isn't it? It's almost a different word. Oh, I did right. Nice. I feel like there's a lot of other languages where it actually makes sense. The pronunciation. English is the dumbest language. Honestly, like we I feel so sorry for people who have to learn English as a second language. And it's annoying in a way that English is like the most popular, because it's just so like contradictory. You know, there's so many instances in English language where there's a guy I watch, like I always see his Instagram reels pop up on my like timeline, or it's YouTube, maybe it's YouTube Shorts, and it's like he'll say so how do you pronounce this word, and they'll say red, and he'll go, no, it's read, because the E-A-D is like an eed sound, so it's read. And he'll go, right, now try this, and he'll point out a word, and it'll say like he'll like write another word, and it'll say bread. So he'll go, so if this is read, what is this? And the guy will go, breed, and he'll go, no, it's bread, because it's got the B and the R, and it's got the E-A-D. It's an ed sound. And then like he'll what would be another word that would be like that? No, that wouldn't work. I'm trying to think of another word. So if it's bread, you get my point. It's just such a stupid language. It's filled with complete contradictions at every angle. Like it's not. I think English isn't like a language that you learn, it's a language that you remember. Because it doesn't make sense. You're spot on. We are several different languages in a trench coat. Just propped up. Because it just doesn't make sense. And I remember I used to like do some work around like teaching kids, and I used to have to teach them something called phonics, which is it's kind of like sounding out words. You know, the sounds that different letters make, to combine them to make sounds that they can then understand within words that are like where all those sounds are like put together. But I always used to find it so difficult, because you know you try and teach someone how to like understand how a word should sound, but then it would just not make sense when you got to certain words. Like you would teach them exactly how to understand it, and then you would get to a word where they would have to try and understand it, and it wouldn't make sense. And you'd be like, yeah, I guess that isn't right. How do I explain this? It is this sound when it's in this word, but it's not that sound when it's in this word, and it's a different sound when it's in this word. It's weird. Oh, phonetics, your favourite subject in university? Oh, nice. You did a 1-year study of English for fun. Was it fun? Or was it painful? But nice. That's very good. That's commendable as well. Because, like I said, if I had to learn English as a second language, I would 100% be like, what? What is happening? Why are they doing this? And that? And the other thing? Why don't they just make it make sense? Nice, it was fun. Good. Good. So how does university work in Norway? Is it sort of like, is it something that you have to do? Or, do you not have to do it? Do you have to pay for it yourself, or like does the government pay for it, or is it? Because it's different everywhere, isn't it? Yeah, old literature. I was never a fan of that either. I mean, I was never really academic, personally, but yeah, I find it quite. I just always found it very difficult to interpret old literature because it's from a different time. I don't think you can interpret it in the way that, well, they want you to interpret it in a very specific way, and I don't think you can do that because I don't think necessarily that there is a definitive answer on the way something was meant from years and years and years ago, because it was a totally different time. You can't understand what that person was thinking or was trying to convey, in my opinion. You're very good at bullshit. University is 100% voluntary and... Right, cool. Yeah, it's voluntary here as well, but I just didn't know if it worked differently. It is usually... Yeah, you have to pay for your books, right, okay. I think university in England is sort of like funded by the government, and then you kind of pay it back when you reach a certain wage. So you kind of... The idea is that you go to university, you pass your subject, you get a job in the field that you wanted to be in, and then when you are earning, you know, more money because you've got that job, you start paying it back, but you pay it at a very like reduced rate. You can pay for university up front, but yeah, basically, yeah, that's how it works. But it's quite expensive. It's like I think when I could have gone to uni, it was like £9,000 a year. So about 30 grand-ish over your 3 years that you were there. Well, again, that's like paid for by the government, and then you like pay it back. In most cases, there may be cases where you can't do that, but yeah. But college, which is like where we go after high school, that is not that's not mandatory either. That is voluntary, or it might not be actually. Now it might be mandatory, but it's what is it? College is free, and you get, you know, you can get like 2 years out of it or something like that, and then you go into uni. But again, it is voluntary. College, you don't have to go there if you don't want to. Yeah, well, there you go. Yeah, it's quite expensive. Over a long period of time. And that doesn't count other things as well, like if you... A lot of the universities aren't really close to home, so you have to travel for them, but obviously having a car and car insurance and things like that when you're young is quite a lot of money. So a lot of people go and live at university, but they don't live like at the university, they live just in the city where the university is. And there are like student accommodation places, but they still have to pay for them, and they usually do that through like having like a part-time job. But you also get like maintenance loans and things like that to help you to help you like get through uni for, you know, various bits and pieces, like probably like use it like for books and things like that. They'll loan you like maybe like £2,000 a year or something like that to like get by on. Nice, yeah. You could just get the bus. I think, to be fair, I think near me there was quite a few places where I could like get the bus or get the train. But it depends on what university you want to go. There's some people that have got you know, if you wanted, I don't know, if you wanted to go to a specific university, then you probably would have to move away. I was never interested in that. I didn't really want to move away and go to university. Oh right, okay, if you pass, a percentage of it is converted to a scholarship. Interesting. What was like school like in Norway? Was school pretty good? Like what? I guess my question is, what year did you start like learning things? Because I know there's some countries where like you don't start learning until maybe you're like 8 or 9. Whereas the UK is like 4 or 5. I think you start like learning. Well, that's good. It varied a lot. Right, okay. So it's the same, sort of the same in Norway. I mean, the UK is like, you usually go to nursery, which is usually when you're about 3 or 4. And then you go to reception, which is when you're about 4 or 5. And then year 1, which is when you're like 5 or 6, and that's year 1 is when you really start learning. Obviously it's not massively intensive because it's year 1, but that's when you like start. So, oh, that's lovely. I always say that like for kids, I always think kids should learn to love. Sorry, should be taught to love learning rather than just be taught things. Because I think if you are taught that like learning is a good thing and that you really like, you enjoy it and you like learning, you feel good when you learn something new, and you feel good when you grasp something and understand it, then you will always want to learn. You'll always want to like do new things. But I think if you just kind of like go straight into school and you just kind of taught, you know, things that you're not really interested in, or like things that the teachers are kind of like, you have to learn this, then you probably don't develop that love of learning. There you go. And that's it. For some kids that comes naturally, but I think for other kids sometimes it's like they're let down a little bit by the fact that you have to learn certain things. Like there are I guess what I'm trying to say is there are kids out there that would love to learn more about art. You know, they'd be like, they're actually a really good learner, really clever, really competent, but because all they're being taught is like maths and science, maybe they don't unlock that part of them that's like, oh, I actually really enjoy learning about this stuff. Because that is the way school, at least in the UK, is like, you do a little bit of art and you do a little bit of PE and you do a little bit of like fun stuff, but a lot of it is obviously maths and English and science, and that's not not always as fun. Science can be, but maths and English, not as much. Right, I will be 2 seconds. I'm just going to take another very quick break, and then we will just carry straight on. Hello, I'm back. Sorry about that. Me and my wife currently moving house. So she just called me, so I just had to very quickly take a call about it. Right, let's have a little read through human. So in high school, one of the exams you got pulled for was maths. Wow. Wow. But there you go. There you go. Some people just do get really failed by the system, don't they? Yeah. Maths is a tough one. Because I feel like it can be explained to you in like a way that is not particularly helpful. So it's good that you are able to show her that she does get it. I seem to remember, like, when I did maths, we used to do something called mock exams. I'm assuming you guys do them too, where it's just basically like you do a lot of exams that are from like years ago or like recent years, and it's just a fake exam. You do it in the classroom, and then the teacher marks them, and they go, right, if this was the real exam, this is what you would have got. You would have got, you know, the way it used to be graded for me was like A star was the best, A was next, B was next, C, D, E, F. And I got all year in maths. Because my teacher wasn't. I don't think my teacher was very good, and I got E's all year long in my mock exams. Like I just didn't seem to get it. Or my teacher was like really marking it harshly. And then on the real exam, I got a B. So. Oh, you had mock exams, but they counted. Well, it's a good job mine didn't, because I would have failed that year. But I think my teacher just used to, you know, be intentionally harsh with stuff like that. That's kind of mad that it counted towards your final grade, because that's not a mock exam, is it? That's just an exam. Like that's bizarre. Yeah, it was just like a... I don't know how you would word it, but I know what you mean. Tentamen and Examen. Exams proper. I like that. Exams proper. Examen. Tentamen. Is that right? Hey Joe. No, don't worry about it. You're not like late or anything. You just tune in whenever you want. But nice to see you. Have you been okay? Examen. 10 Tamen. 10 Tamen. 10 Tamen? Nice, Joe. I'm glad you're okay. What have you been up to today? I've made a fatal error with that J2O because you're supposed to mix them before you drink it. You're supposed to shake the bottle. And I forgot to shake the bottle, so it's kind of gonna taste funny. Nice, Joe. Same here. Same here. I've just been in work today as well. Wouldn't it be so much better if we could just play Pokemon at home and not go into work? Oh, by the way, we've overtaken Slowpoke, so this is now our longest shiny hunt of the challenge so far. Yeah, I get that, human. Yeah, I imagine it's hard to. I'm just guessing with pronunciations, but yeah, you've got to hear it, haven't you? To I guess to at least know. Well, we haven't found the shiny yet, Joe. So we're well on the way. Well, I'm very jealous of you, human. Very jealous. I would love to just do this all day. I really would. It's a very good point, Joe. It's very if you're having fun, it's not work. Do you like your work? You know, do you enjoy it? I do like my work. Don't get me wrong. But if I could pick to stay at home and play Pokemon, I think I would do it. Yeah, that's fair, human. More than fair. You gotta do what makes you happy, haven't you? You know? Yeah, that's fair, Joe. You know, I think we all have different things to different degrees, don't we? You know, it's not. For some, it's maybe more tolerable than others. So, exactly, you just got to do what works for you. Oh, nice, you work with animals. That's really cool. No wonder you like your job. That's awesome. That sounds great. Well, I work in like an office, so it's, you know, it's as you can imagine, it's not anything like fun, like working with animals, you know. I've definitely messed up by not mixing that drink. It doesn't taste right. I'm going to keep drinking it because G2O is expensive. You can't, once you've opened a bottle, you can't not drink it. But I wish I'd shook the bottle up first. That's a really good goal, Joe. You want to end up travelling and discover a new species? That'd be brilliant. Well, good luck. And I'm very happy that, you know, both of you are happy. That's brilliant. That's all you can ask for, really, isn't it? You know? All you can ask for. Do you work with any, like, specific animals, Joe? You know, like, birds, or big cats, or cattle, you know, like that kind of thing? There you go, human. Yep, I agree. And I suppose you could say that you work with animals too. That's your shiny Pokemon. Ah, okay. I see what you mean. Awesome. Sounds good. Sounds like a good job. Probably quite a difficult job as well. So props. You know. You do, you've got the 3 cats as well, yeah. The mini zoo. You work with big cats. That's, honestly, Joe, that's awesome. That's really cool. Really cool. Yeah. Well, it sounds like you've got some good goals for now, doesn't it? You know, you don't have to have all of it figured out. Just what you want to do for now, and maybe for like a little bit into the future. I never knew what I wanted to do, if I'm honest. I kind of just fell into work, you know, as you do. Yeah. And I think it's only like in recent times where I've started to do YouTube, where I've been like, oh, I would like to do this. I would very much like to do this. But, you know, we don't know whether that's going to happen or not. But I would certainly like to. Next, you go on a travel montage and discover your new animal species. Yeah. That could be it, couldn't it? Nice. Have you got any specific ideas, or does it depend on the one that you find? There you go, you're 1 for 2. Nice. I don't think I'd be a fan of living on a farm, just because I feel like I need to have like a McDonald's or a shop within, like, I don't know, driving distance. Whereas like in the UK, a lot of the farms are always like miles away. They're never near towns, you know what I mean? Or rarely near towns. But it sounds good. Yeah, farm work is difficult. There's a show that me and my wife have watched not that long ago. If you've ever heard of a show in the UK called Top Gear, with Jeremy Clarkson, Richard Hammond, James May, where they do like all the car stuff. Jeremy Clarkson did a show called Clarkson's Farm. It's on Amazon Prime, and he basically just shows, like, he buys this farmland and he says he wants to become a farmer. He's never done it before, and the whole show is just about him learning how ridiculously difficult it is and trying to come to terms with how difficult farmers have it. Because particularly in the UK, farmers get like screwed over big time. Like it's really bad. Really bad. You know, they do all this hard work, they feed the nation, they do so many good things, and then they just don't get really any money for it. If anything, a lot of them slide further into debt. It's sad. It's really sad. Your farm would have cats, and only cats, and maybe dogs. Nice. Well, there you go. That would be that'd be an alright farm, I imagine. You wouldn't make any money, but it would be a good farm. Yeah, well, if you ever get a chance to watch it, it's a very good show. It's only got 3 seasons. Each season has about 8 episodes in it, and they're about an hour long, but they're really good. And yeah, they just kind of show you what farm life is like. But the thing is when Jeremy Clarkson does it, he has a lot of money backing him up. So, because he's done shows like Top Gear, and he's done things like, I'm trying to think of something else that he's done. Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? He was the host of that in the UK for a little while. I think you guys will have that. I think no. Who did? Chris Tarrant, it was, used to do it in the UK. So, anyway. So he's got quite a lot of money, Jeremy Clarkson. So when he does the farming stuff, when things go wrong, or when the farm loses money, it's okay because Jeremy Clarkson's got a lot of money, but his whole point is always like, what about regular farmers who don't have all this money? What do they do? And a lot of them just, unfortunately, lose money, go through tough times. Any luck on the shiny Galarian Corsola, human? How many boxes have you got left at this point? Jeremy Clarkson hosted Robot Wars, did he actually? I don't remember seeing that, you know. Huh. Yeah, I don't remember that. Was it, I always thought it used to be, what's his name? James Charles. No, not James Charles. What was his name now? Ray Charles? I can't remember. It used to be on Coronation Street. And then it was Dara O'Brien in the newer ones. But yeah, there you go. I didn't know that. Used to love Robot Wars. How cool was Robot Wars back in the day? What a show. What a show. If there's anyone in the chat who doesn't know what Robot Wars was, it is exactly what you would think it is. People make robots. Not like fully walking, talking robots. They're kind of like little, you know, they've got wheels and they sort of look like roly-colies a lot of the time. And but maybe they've got a saw on them or a flipping mechanism or something, and they basically just fight like remote control robots against each other until one of them wins. It was an awesome show, and you got like teams of people that would go through like qualifying matches and stuff, and yeah, it's just crazy. No luck yet, but you have got 4 boxes left. Very nice. Craig Charles, that's who I was thinking of. Craig Charles. That was the old host, yeah. He was brilliant, wasn't he? He made the show, I think, because he was like the commentator as well, and he was just so good. But yeah, Human, yeah, basically, do-it-yourself Pokemon, but the robots. I'll have to try and see if I can send you like a link on Discord to what it was like, because I feel like you have to see it to understand how cool it was. They had like a little arena, and there would be like maybe like 2 to 4 of the robots like fighting against each other. It was usually 2 though. I think it was usually like a 1-on-1, and they had like the robots that the people have made usually have like weapons or like things to destroy the other robots, but then the arena also has like traps within it. Like it has like a fire trap, it has like a thing that flips the robots, like if they go over it. It has these things that lower into the floor so that if a robot drives into it, they're out because they're in the little the pitfall. And then in the 4 corners of the arena, there are these huge robots that were built by the people who like host the series, and they're called the house robots, and they're basically like it's just these giant robots that are way bigger than the contestant ones, and they'll like get involved if a robot gets too close to them. If it looks like one of the robots is like about to lose, they'll basically just destroy it. Things like that. Your favourite robot was Hypnodisc. Yes, I remember Hypnodisc. It had like the saw on the front, didn't it? With the sort of like the swirl pattern. I think I liked oh, I can't remember the name now. It had like a curving sort of spike over the top of it. I want to say like it was like Razor or something, but I might not be right with that. Who was your favourite like house robot? I think mine was Shunt, but Matilda was also pretty cool. What a blast from the past Robot Wars. Razor, there you go, Razor. Awesome. Did anybody ever watch, while we're on the topic of old, you know, like game show kind of things, did anybody ever watch Takeshi's Castle? That was so fun to watch. Nobody ever won, but it was brilliant. Dead Metal? Oh, I remember Dead Metal, but I can't picture what it looks like, but I do remember the name. Dead Metal and Shunt. Well, if anybody has or hasn't watched Takeshi's Castle, Takeshi's Castle was a game show that was like an Asian game show, but I'm not sure whether it was like what country it was from, and it was basically where you would have, they would start with like 100 contestants, and they would all have to like go through a series of obstacles to reach the final, and the final was always like this like really like rubbish game where basically like they would get in these like almost like small like remote controlled cars, and they would spray water at like these targets on other people's cars, and if they got wet, then the target would pierce and you would be out. And that was the final. But on the lead up to the final, there was so many cool like different obstacle course like events. So like the first one was like there's 100 of them, and all, you know, they usually all get through. It's just like a simple obstacle course. They've got to like climb over something and climb through something, maybe crawl through some mud, and then there's the finish line. But then there was ones where like they would go into this huge maze of like doors, and there was people in the maze that would like, if they caught the contestant, they would throw them out of a door where the water was, so they would be out. But all the doors, like they didn't know which door was the right path to the exit. So you would see like a top-down view of them trying to like get through this maze, and you'd see the people that were trying to catch them like in there like hiding and waiting for them, and then you'd see the contestant like slowly trying to go through the doors, and then you'd see them open one where someone was waiting for them, and they'd just scream and oh, it was wild. It was a wild show. Just such a like fever dream of a television show. But very cool. Dead Metal had the pincers and circular saw. Yeah, I think I do remember it. I think I can picture it now. Yeah, I know which one it is. Nice choice. Can anybody else think of any game shows or things like that that you watched when you were younger? You know, that were just, when you try and talk about them now, you just think, God, that was weird. That was a weird show. What was happening? Because I've got loads. I could carry on, but I want to see if anybody's got any alternatives. That's fair. That's fair. If you didn't see anything like that, I can always regale you with tales of the ones I saw. Nature shows is a pretty good thing to watch though. They're always informative and entertaining, you know. I imagine Joe has listened to a lot of, or watched a lot of nature shows. A lot of good ones. Well, I'll tell you of another. Oh, play your cards right, Bruce Forsyth. I don't know if I watched that. You'll have to tell me what that one was about, because I feel like I might, once you describe it, I might remember what it was. But right now, I'm not entirely sure. I do remember Bruce Forsyth. Nice, Joe. Nice. Well, it's a good thing to be raised on, really, isn't it? Nature documentaries and nature shows and things like that. Really good thing to be raised on. I'm gonna have a little look at play your cards right now. Just a little. So play cards right was a game show from 1980. Had 16 seasons. Wow. Oh, and apparently it was similar to an American show. And it looks like it was actually based on and played similarly to an American show called Card Sharks. Never heard of that, but... Huge cards, and you had to guess if the next card would be higher or lower. That sounds brilliant, to be fair. I can see why they had 16 seasons. That's very good. Yeah, that's always a fun game. Higher or lower. I adored. There was a British game show called Golden Balls, and Golden Balls, the format of it was just so brutal. But basically what people would do is, if I remember right, they would like kind of go against each other, and they would have to like answer questions and build the pot of money up. But during each round they could like either split money between them, like the pot. They could split the pot between them, or they could steal the pot from one another. Now, if they both split, then they split the money. If they both steal, then they both get nothing. And if one of them steals and one of them splits, one of them gets all the money and the other one gets nothing. So it's very like, it's brutal, because so many people get, like, you know, they lose a lot of money because somebody's like horrible and steals it. But also just very interesting to watch, because you would have people where, like, I don't know, I'm trying to think, like, so there was an episode, right, I always remember this one so vividly, where there was a woman and a man, and they got to the final round, and it was like a lot of money. It was I don't know how much it was, but let's say it was like, you know, tens of thousands. And the man has been stealing money the whole game from her. And she gets to the final round, and she is like in tears across from me. She's saying, "Listen, this is life-changing money. Like, I don't want, like, promise me you're not going to steal, because this is like, you've been stealing all game, and I'm trusting you here. I'm really trusting that you're going to split." And he's like looking back at her and he's going, "Listen, this is life-changing money for me as well. Like, I promise I'm not going to steal. I'm going to split the money with you. I promise. Look at me now. We're both going home with all this money. We're gonna our lives are going to change." And he splits, and she steals, and she takes the lot. And he literally immediately he just puts his head on the table, and he's got his hands over his head like this. And the guy who I think his name's Jasper Carrot is like the host. Jasper Carrot, what a name. But he's saying like, "Oh, you know, it's awful, like, well, that is the end of the show. Thanks for playing. Really sorry." And he's still got his head on the table, like hands over his head, because he's just lost like a ridiculous amount of money. And she played him for a fool, because she was like fake crying, and then as soon as she steals all the money, she's like smiling, and all the audience are like gasping, because it's just so unbelievable. I will try and find a clip of that as well. Oh, it's brutal. So that was a good show. It's not around anymore. Probably for the best, because that poor bloke, don't think he probably ever got over that. Oh dear. The silly surveys were hilarious. What were the silly surveys? I'm gonna have to look up that as well. I feel like I never saw play your cards right. So I'm going to read the description now to try and find out what silly surveys were. Right, I see. So 100 people were surveyed and would give answers, and then the people who were playing had to guess if like how many people answered the survey one way or the other, and then the second people who were playing had to guess whether the next one was like higher or lower than theirs. I get you. So it's a little bit like Family Feud, isn't it? When you think of it like that. Because it's like Family Feud is 100 people are surveyed, and you give a different answer, and you get points depending on what that answer was. So it's like it's not as in depth as Family Feud, but it's sort of along those lines. But it's like a survey and stuff. It sounds good. Are there any other game shows I can think of? Deal or No Deal was pretty good. If anybody's seen Deal or No Deal, it's been a long time since I've seen that. I feel like Deal or No Deal is a little bit complicated to explain, but it was for people who haven't seen it or haven't heard of it. I'd be surprised, because I feel like they've played it probably in every country at this point. But Deal or No Deal was like, there was 20 money prize rewards, I think, and ranging from like 1p all the way up to like £200,000, and they were hidden in boxes. Oh, you had Deal or No Deal too? There you go. That is one that's carried across different countries. yeah, so, and it was like you had to pick a box to be your box at the very start, and then you would just pick boxes to eliminate. And the hope was that you would pick a box that was on the lower side of the 20 numbers, you know, like 1p, 10p, 50p, a pound, and you wouldn't pick like £200,000 because you would be eliminating a box that was a high amount of money. And then every so many boxes, the banker would call and would be like, right, you did bin £100,000, but you've still got £200,000. You picked a few lower ones, so I'm gonna say if you quit the game now, I'll give you £10,000, and then they can either take £10,000 or they can carry on. But the risk in being left with a lot less than that. Very good show. And I feel like game shows just aren't... They don't have as much money in them anymore. You know, like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? A lot of money going spur there. Deal or No Deal had a lot of money. You could win a lot on it. But then some of them I'll like watch now, and you'll have like... I don't know, you'll have like... There's one... What's it called now? I can't remember what it is, but the prizes are like just a few £100. And I'm like, that's nothing. Not compared to like, I wouldn't bother going on a game show if it was just the prize was a few £100. I just don't see the point. I mean, it's still a lot of money, but not when you think you've got to go on the show and you've got to like be on TV and you've got to win it, and I don't know. But I don't want to be on TV, so maybe that's why I'm thinking that. Maybe for some people, the win is to get on TV and not the money. One when we asked 100 lifeguards if you saw someone struggling in the water and you fished them out and it was Bruce Forsyth, would you throw him back again? Yeah, of course, don't worry. Not ask at all. Do not worry. You don't gotta be like on the stream all the time or anything. Like, don't you know, if you're up to something else, don't worry about it. I don't mind. But nice to see you again. Been grinding Heart Gold. It's a very good reason as well. Very good reason. You need a HM and TM Pokemon. Is that fair, and if so, which one? Do you mean is that fair as in you want to use a HM and TM Pokemon that's not a shiny? Because yeah, I would say that's 100% fair. Because nowadays, we get away with murder with the HMs, don't we? Let's be honest. They're you don't need a Pokemon specifically for that. So yeah, don't worry about like finding a shiny just for HMs, because I think that's not fair on you. So yeah. What's a good HM Pokemon in Heart Gold? No worry, Joe. No worry. A good HM Pokemon, I would say. I think Gyarados, probably, because Gyarados can learn Strength, Waterfall, Whirlpool, and it might be able to learn Rock Smash. I'm not entirely sure, but that's you can get you can get a shiny Gyarados later in the challenge for free. But on top of that, I think even if you caught like a Magikarp now, when you got it to like level 20 and evolved it, then that wouldn't take too long, would it? So maybe have a look at that. Just make sure that I'm not talking rubbish and that Gyarados can actually learn Strength, Whirlpool, Waterfall, Surf. It can learn Surf, but the others... Because that's the trouble. For Heart Gold, you need Waterfall to get into Kanto, to get to like the Elite Four. You need Whirlpool to get through Dragon's Den, to get the Dragon Fang, so that Claire will give you her badge. You need Strength to get through Victory Road and a few others, and you need Surf to surf around, you know, the bit where Whirlpool is, the bit where the Waterfall is, the bit afterwards to get to the Elite Four, to get to, you know, Ekritique and places like that. So yeah, if you can, have a little look at Gyarados and see if that works. You evolved your Totodile and took on the first gym. Nice. That's brilliant. Making good progress, aren't you? Heart Gold's such a good game. Such a good game. I really miss it. It's been so long since I've played it. Well, even though 84% of people said that the shiny would appear today, it is not looking likely. We have got an hour and a half left, but we're well into our encounters. So... guess we'll see. Do you mean me, human, or not ask? Oh, okay, Joe, that's fine. Don't worry about it. Well, good luck. I hope everything's okay. Oh, thanks, man. Thank you. Good luck with the call. I hope everything's all right. And I'll see you again soon. Oh right, I see. I mean, maybe is Brunost like a Norwegian word? Is that why I can't, like, I'm not like reading it right? Maybe. I wonder what we'll finish up on today. If we're at 2357, we've got an hour and 25 minutes-ish left. I thought I might only get to 2,400, but now I'm thinking maybe 2,500? I don't know. 83 minutes left of stream, so if I get 2 encounters a minute, which I'm probably going to get, Anna, so that's 166. So yeah, it's not bad. Considering yesterday we started on 1,221. We'll have done 1,279 encounters. So pretty good. Pretty good. And then hopefully, if I can stream tomorrow, we will get the shiny. We will do it. But we'll see. Oops. Brunost is brown cheese and very Norwegian. Interesting. Brown cheese? Think cheese, but kind of chewy and soft and a bit sweet. Commonly eaten with jam. Oh, that sounds good. Sounds very good. Haven't tried a ton of different cheeses, to be honest. Seem to remember liking oh, I don't remember what it was called now. But it was like a cheese that was like solid sort of on the outside, not hard but solid, and then like really gooey inside. I can't remember what it was called. Never mind. Not a cheese connoisseur. I do like cheese. And to be fair, when I have had different types of cheeses, I have enjoyed them. But not enough to remember the name. It's absolutely delicious. It sounds it. Hello. Hello, nice to see you back. Currently hunting for Boon... How do you say that? Is it Boon Sweet? Or is it Bound Sweet? Boon Sweet sounds right. Vanessa, because you want to give Serena a try at 516 encounters. Amazing. Good luck. Good luck. Sounds like you're well underway as well. Is it an overworld Boon Sweet? Or is it a like random in the grass? Because if it's an overworld, you'll get through that so quickly. So best of luck. Oh, like Born Sweet? Or Bone Sweet? See, this is the problem with it with English again. I can't. There's like different. There's like so many different ways that word could be said. Like I've never heard someone say that one. Yes, cheese is amazing. Yeah, but that's how you could. So I'm sure that's how you can say that particular like set of letters in English. Bound Sweet. Yeah, could be Bound Sweet. Born Sweet. Overworld, but is weather dependent. Well, good luck. Yeah, that'll. I mean, to be fair, the weather dependent stuff's dead easy to get around anyway, because you can just time manipulate. If you Google the weather that you need in Sword and Shield, it will give you a date on your Switch that you can find that. Like, I mean, obviously it depends whether you want to do it like fully legitimate, but I just For me, I just time manipulate because I just think it could be forever before I get that weather again. Yeah, I do agree. I do agree. I do agree. But this is what I mean. This is the problem with English. It's hard to know the way in which it can be said. To be fair, I think now I have got it wrong. I think I've looked at it wrong. I don't think you can say bone actually from those letters. Bound sweet, but it just sounds funny when I say it like that. Bound, bound. I wonder how long it would take for the full Pokérap to run if it did include all of them. That would be surely a ridiculous length. No worries. I mean, it's a while away yet, but has anybody got any predictions for my Vespiquen hunt? How long do you think it will take to find that one? I have a sneaky feeling that Vespiquen's going to be quick. But I may live to regret those words. Oh, 214 for Vespiquen, so you're saying quick as well. Nice. Because I'm starting to think that this one is going to go over odds. I'm just getting that vibe. So, if it does, then surely the gods will look favourably on me and, you know, give me an under odds for Vespiquen, a really under odds for Vespiquen. Yeah, please let it be quick for my sanity and for my soul, please. At the very least, that's like the only hunt in the rest of the challenge that can go drastically wrong. Because, you know, even if the Masuda method goes, you know, like 3 times over odds, that's okay. Because it's the Masuda, so it's not really over odds. If Dynamax Adventures takes a long time, it's going to be at the end of the challenge, and it's going to be fun anyway, because we're all going to be doing it. So that's not going to matter. Whereas Vespiquen's like the one where it's like, because it's going to take so long, and the nature of the soft resetting, that one could go really wrong. Whereas like BDSP, I feel like when I did BDSP I was like that with a lot of them. A lot of the hunts I was like, this could just go absolutely awfully at any point. There was the briefcase hunt, there was Spiritomb, what else was in BDSP? There was the Graveler that had self-destruct. The Grand Underground hunts as well. I think they could have gone quite wrong because they take a long time to, like, even though it is quite fast to run around and encounter them, I don't know. It's not quite like this game. I think that took a lot longer because the Grand Underground's got like these entire rooms, hasn't it? That where you've got to run around a lot of the room to find the Pokemon you want. So there's another one that like could have gone quite wrong. Yes, you are spot on. Vespiquen's going to be the one that's mind-numbingly boring. And there isn't... Well, there is a way around it. But I think I want to try it. I just want to see what it's like. What I will not be doing, though, is the raid dens. That's one method that I'm just not comparing. Because I feel like the raid dens are going to be like space-time distortions in Legends Arceus, where it's just like, there's just no point. You know? It's too... It would take too long. Yeah, I think they would. I think it would be a lot of time for not really much reward. You know what I mean? Because there's nothing particularly like special about them, is there? So yeah. I think I'll leave raid dens. Yeah, you're right. You're right. How do raid dens work as well, by the way? Like, if you... I don't know if you'll know this, but if I went into a raid den and it was a shiny and I couldn't beat it and it threw me out of the den, when I go back into that same den, because it's the same Pokemon, and I'm getting a second try at it, would it still be shiny? Or would it be like, even though it's the same Pokemon and it's just your second chance at it, would it be like a different? That's an interesting question. Oh wow, that's the answer to it. It would remain shiny. That's pretty cool, at least. Holobots and Discords are hosting Gen shiny raids, yeah. So there's probably quite a lot of, presumably, shinies out there that don't count if you found it. Yeah. Right, so the seeded to weather in time. So I would basically just keep skipping day by day until I found. But that's the thing. It's like it's the start in the battle, seeing if it's a shiny. If it's not, presumably having to reset and change the date so that when you go back in, the den has changed. I don't know. It just sounds like a lot for not very much reward. $2,400, we're nearly there. That's a real milestone. You don't know if you can run from the raid either. Yeah, they just sound problematic. Whereas Dynamax Adventures is fun and it's got good odds and all the rest of it. Well, the weather changes at midnight, but you can force a date skip, can't you? There's a way of doing it. So you go on the den, you click invite others, and while it's searching for people, you click the home button, change your date to like 1 day forward, and then when you go back on the game, because it's just suspended, it's not been quit, when you back out of that raid den, it'll be a new Pokemon. But the problem with that is when the raid starts and you see it's not shiny, you would have to then like click home, delete, like quit out the game, then go back on the game, then do the invite others trick. It would just take forever. For the whole Discord server that we haven't. Well, I did actually have a look at that, and I've got it kind of half set up, but I don't know how to invite you all to it. I was trying to look the other day for like a link to put on my profile on YouTube, and I couldn't quite find it. So what I will do is I will invite you to it later on, after the stream, just after the stream, and then we'll see if, you know, Demi can join as well, and then we'll all we can just keep inviting new people. I haven't got any huge like set up things for it yet. That's the only problem. Like I don't know. I'll be honest. I don't know how Discord works, like at all. So it's very basic. I've just put like different channels in, like, you know, a place for people to talk about trading, like to exchange trades. I think a place for people to like party up. A place for people to talk about the anime and Pokemon Go and things like that. So it is very bare bones, but it's better than nothing, I suppose. And we'll just have to monitor it and see how it goes. Recruit more people to the Dynamax Torch. I mean, Dynamax Adventures? I actually think that it will be a lot of fun. The Dynamax Adventures. I'm really looking forward to it. Like a little bit like how we used to before. You need like the stimulation of like hunting for something. I feel like Dynamax Adventures is perfect for that because you actually are doing something. And we're going to be like spending entire days just like playing it and then seeing what shinies we get. So that'll be fun. Yeah, a place for you to plead with somebody to please adopt the excess shinies. Yeah, there you go. Absolutely. Oh, is Suicune really difficult? That surprises me now. I thought Suicune would have been fairly like straightforward. Just because it's got, it's got a basic typing. I mean, I can't remember now, but I do remember. I can't remember what the Pokemon were like, but I do remember catching all of the legendaries in Sword and Shield back when Dynamax Adventures came out. I think a lot of them I did do on my own, maybe. Or did I? I can't remember now, actually. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I didn't. But I must have played it quite a bit because I remember I got a shiny Pheromosa and I wasn't even like trying to get one. I've still got that shiny Pheromosa actually. Somewhere in home. Oh god, right, okay. Yeah, that whole thing where it's like Suicune is, or like whatever the Pokemon is, has nullified the stats and abilities of other Pokemon or whatever it is. Oh, it's frustrating. Right, okay. That's shocking. Oh yeah, because it's got a light. Oh, I forgot about that. I forgot about the life system that it's got as well. Oh god. Have I maybe let us in for a bad time here with Dynamax Adventures? Have I like started something that's gonna end badly? Oh dear. I feel like I'm now starting to realise the potential problems. Oh yeah, true. We do have you. We will. We will. Let's hope so. Let's hope we're fine. And we've picked some good Pokemon, haven't we? We've picked some Pokemon where you can go, that'll work. You can tell the stream is starting to wind down. You are the only person left watching, I believe. I think weeknight streaming is sort of a difficult one because not everybody. There are some countries where like we're so far ahead that they're not around at the minute, or you know, or even like in our countries, people are wanting to go and get in bed and things like that. So I think weekends will probably be a bit better for getting more people to come and watch and take part and enjoy. But we'll see. Yeah, I think that sounds good. Yeah, definitely. I'll just have to try and work it out with the streaming. How I can do it. Because I don't know. I don't. That's the only thing is like I don't know how it works with. Or maybe I could get Discord on my phone to do the voice. So I could just connect some headphones. I'll have to try. I'll have a look at that. I'll have to do like a test run or something. Amazing. Brilliant. I mean that would be pretty good all round, I guess. Because especially like right. Oh yeah, it would be kind of funny if it looked like I was talking to myself. That's a good point. Yeah, I don't know how that works because I don't know how to integrate Discord, voice chat into the stream. I don't know. I guess we'll see. To be fair, from what I remember about Dynamax Adventures, I feel like it will be difficult for us to mess up that often that it would be like trouble anyway. I'm sure that, like I said, I caught a lot of the legendaries back when I was doing the challenge, not the challenge, sorry, my like original playthrough, and I either played them on my own or I played them with like random people, and it seemed to work out. I don't think they're that difficult. If we pick an easier target, you know, if we pick like Rayquaza, Raikou, maybe Latias, didn't we? I feel like it'll be easy enough. Well, that is true, yeah. Right, usually do it by like text. Well, if we get the Discord server up and running, then I don't know. Maybe we can try it. We'll have to test. Wow. That's good. That's really good. Well, I suppose I can have, at the very least, if we're chatting on Discord, I can have Discord on my phone, and maybe I can go and find. We have got like an iPad that we use for like a joint kind of like for the house. Maybe I can just steal that for a little bit and use it for Cerebi, and I can just get all the Dynamax like abilities and stuff. Either way, it will be a lot of fun, one way or another. Oh wow, I must be tired, because when I take my glasses off, I feel very blind. But they're also starting to ache, my eyes. But I want to keep going. I want to play till 10:30. I want to get 2,500 encounters. Surely I can do that. There is, funnily enough, well, now 68 encounters left. It's not too bad. 68 encounters in 53 minutes. Yeah, that's almost. We're getting down to like 1 encounter a minute. I'll be able to do this. Well, there you go. For you, it's even later. Listen, if you want to get off stream, do not let me keep you. Yeah. If you're tired. But I feel like I can't. Now I'm on my way. I can't not get to 2,500 because in my head I'm like, well, if I can get to 2,500, and let's say I theoretically maybe could stream tomorrow, then that would be maybe nearly 3,200 by the end of tomorrow. To be fair, I'm actually not sleepy tired. I just mean I'm more like, my eyes have been looking at screens all day. Do you know what I mean? So yes, that is true. I'm not. I can confirm. I would not do that. I am not doing that. Yes, I do. To be fair, I do remember you saying that. But you never know. You might just be. It might be one of those days where you're like, oh, I am tired today. I want to get going, and I would not blame you. Yeah, my eyes get not weird, but whenever I have been like looking at screens all day, it's getting late, tired, etc., etc. My eyes start getting like red and itchy. Do you know what I mean? Start getting to that point where it's almost like allergies, but it's not. It's just that they've been looking at stuff for too long. Imagine if I missed the shiny now because I'm not wearing my glasses. That would be bad. Well, the thing is my glasses or my eyesight, it's not maybe as bad as what you would think it is. I have. Lots of people have this, but I have something called an astigmatism. So basically just means, it's like a fancy way of saying that one of my eyes is like rugby ball shaped. So edges, outlines of letters and like edges of shapes and objects and things like that are like a bit blurry. But other than that, I can see okay. You know, like I don't have my glasses on, I'm like, well, I can see what's going on perfectly fine. It's just that it's like, it's not very crisp when I haven't got glasses on. Oh, you've got it too? There you go. You got the same thing as me then? There you go. I think loads of people have got it, but it's just like, you'll know what it's like then. It's like you take your glasses off and you're like, I can still see. I just can't see in like high definition. Is the only way I would like compare it. The edges of words and objects and stuff just is a bit blurry, so it kind of is not clear. But it's not like some people where it's just all blurry and they can't see anything, and they would have trouble walking around. They've got to like hold their hands out in front of them. Like, I'm not like that. But your eyesight does get worse, doesn't it, the longer you have glasses? Oh, excuse me. Right, there you go. So you're a bit farsighted as well, but the astigmatism is the main reason for the glasses. I get you. Yeah. I'm trying to think. Yeah, that probably the same reasons. I mean, I don't know about the far-sightedness. I don't think I've been told anything like that, but it's always just been the astigmatism. But it definitely gets worse the longer you have glasses. I find that it is. Every year that I go back and I have my eyes tested, they're always like, oh yeah, it's just got a little bit worse. Because your eyes seem to start relying on the glasses, and then when you take the glasses off, your eyes don't focus as quickly as what they would do if you didn't wear glasses. So your eye test just every year seems to get more and more issues with it. That is exactly what I'm like. Exactly what I'm like. Like, I can see relatively well. Because I only got glasses when I was 23, maybe 24. So that was only like 5 years ago. But yeah. I was getting a lot of headaches, so I got glasses, and then I remember being like, I don't need glasses, I'm not going to put them on, and then I like stopped wearing them and they came straight back, so now I just wear them pretty much all the time. But I know 100% when I like stop wearing glasses, like I'm alright for now because it'll only be a few. I'm only going to be on for another 45 minutes or so. But when I stop wearing my glasses, I feel my eyes like focusing way too intensely. So it's no wonder that we get headaches, really. $4.50. Right, okay. Yeah. So you've had glasses for a while, to be fair, or you've had like some form of like eye improvement sort of device. What were contacts like? Because I've debated getting contacts because glasses. I don't know. Glasses annoy me sometimes. Like you know, they smudge, and you've got to like clean them a lot, and they leave like marks, like where your nose is and things like that. But Yeah. You weren't a fan of them. I know you said they were tedious, but were they like... Were they also like really painful, you know, like after like a long day? Were they like, did they hurt taking them out and things like that? I think my worry would be that I would forget to take them out and then I would end up like going blind because I was supposed to take them out and I didn't, and I went to sleep with them in or something. Oh wow! You're supposed to use one pair for a whole month. That's wild. I thought they like gave you new ones like quite regularly. I thought you were supposed to use like one a week, but you put it in like a solution for the time being. All right, there you go. I think I could put them in, but I think taking them out is where I would, because I've heard people say that you have to like literally pinch the contact to get it out. Well, I can't. I'm rubbish with anything with my eyes. I don't like people going near my eyes. Fine for the dentist. Fine for most things, but my eyes is like, oof, no. Right, okay, it varies, yeah. Well, that makes sense, I suppose. Oh, you had to pinch them. No, no. No. No, no, no. It's too much for me. No. I mean, yeah, eyes do weird me out. They're just so delicate, aren't they? I can't imagine what it feels like to pinch your eye. To accidentally pinch your eye, I mean. I'm too clumsy, I think, for that. I think I would pinch my eyeball, and it would hurt a lot. I'm literally like wincing. Got shivers when I think about it. So yeah, contacts may not be for me. I wondered if maybe they'd moved on since then, and you didn't have to pinch them anymore. But it sounds like that's what you've got to do. I'll tell you what is funny. I remember when I used to grow up, you would have people who I went to school with, who would wear glasses all the time, and I'd be like, I'd see them without the glasses, and I'd be like, God, you look so different without your glasses. Like, it's weird. I can't believe I've never seen you without your glasses on before. And then when I got glasses at 23, now I get people say to me like, oh God, you look so weird without your glasses on. You look so different. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm one of those people. Like, I've been wearing glasses for so long now that there are entire, groups of people who haven't seen me without glasses on. Probably ever, for the most part. Like, because I go to work all day and I usually just keep them on, so. Hey, Nejab, nice to see you again. You've been trying to do the shaman glitches in BDSP to try and shiny hunt it. What's the glitches? Is it like a way of getting to the area where you would get Oak's letter and stuff like that? Yeah, true. Yeah, 15 years. Maybe the contacts have moved on a little bit. I feel like I've heard someone tell me recently though that you've got to pinch the contact to get it. Alright, just menu glitch and walking over. That's awesome. That's really awesome. I can't believe that they locked those, like they like fully locked those events where if you didn't play BDSP in that time period, you just can't get them now. It's ridiculous. But good luck. Good luck. I've never tried that, so I don't know what it's I don't know what it's like, but I imagine it is difficult to get the glitches just right. I was trying to do the one in Sword and Shield where you like ride the bike near the water, and you get the water bike like way before you are supposed to get it in the game. So I could go shiny hunting in the water or something like that, but I couldn't do it. Oh, it was to get the Galurica cuff. I know Joe said he'd trade it to me, but I thought I'll just try and see if I can get it, because there's a woman on this like island in the middle of the Isle of Armor. And yeah, I couldn't do it. Couldn't work it out. Glitches are so fiddly, you have to just get it just right. Which I'm crap at. There you go. It's ridiculous. I don't know why they did that. I mean, here's something that I can understand. I can understand them saying you've got to log in around that time back then. You know, like if not, you can't get shaming. But what I don't understand is why, like, maybe 2 years later, they didn't just like say, listen, a long amount, like it's been a long time. You can have the passes to go and hunt them. Just seems shitty. But there you go. Yeah. I was the same. I had Brilliant Diamond, and I picked up the Azure Flute for Arceus. I don't know why, but I didn't pick up the Darkrai event or the Shaman event. It might have been because I could get them in Legends Arceus, but I didn't think about the shiny hunting part of it. So, well, you're right. Yeah, how did they then sell copies from fear of missing out? I guess they don't, and that's why they won't do it. Well, I suppose they could still have the fear of missing out in the sense of, if you don't get this game right now and get the event, you're going to have to wait 2 years. Do you know what I mean? Because now they're not selling any copies because of FOMO. Are they? Because the events are long over. So if anything, right now, there isn't many reasons to buy BDSP. But if all of a sudden now they said, listen, we're going to make the events permanent on BDSP, you can just get them whenever, we're just releasing the items into the game, then a lot of people would have a reason to buy BDSP. Because you wouldn't have to glitch like what Nedjab's doing. So, but maybe there's something that stops them from doing that. Maybe like you can't withhold something at one date and then give it to them at a later date. I don't know. Maybe there's some legal issue. Right, so we've officially gone for 500 encounters, I think. No, 600. Yeah, 600 encounters. Today. Not bad. In 4.5 hours. Not bad at all. Yeah. I mean, it means that if I think I've been unlucky a little bit because usually I have quite a few weekends free for streaming, or for recording. But the last couple of weekends, I've had like quite a few plans, and I've got plans this weekend as well. So, I'm not gonna be able to stream for like a little bit longer on a weekend. However, when I do get back to having weekends free, from the looks of it, we're probably gonna get lots of encounters in, because 4.5 hours, 600 means that we could probably find like 1,000 in 8 hours. I think 8 hours is probably about my limit for a stream if we were doing it. Not because I wouldn't be having fun still, but I feel like the video would be so long. And you do need a break every now and again. I think we'll go for 18 more. 18 more. I know. When I say these things, it makes it sound like usually I don't have a life and I don't do anything that regular humans do. I am a robot. I sit here and I shiny hunt Pokemon for your amusement, and that is all I do. But I guess I just mean that. So my wife works shifts, so there are 2 weekends of the month where basically she's at work and there isn't much going on anyway, so I dedicate those to recording most of the time. And then there are 2 weekends where we go and, do stuff, and we go out to places and go for meals and go shopping and things like that. But yeah, there's just been a few weekends recently where we've had like things on, which is totally fine, but it's coincided with me getting all the streaming stuff. So maybe by the time the next couple of weekends roll around, I'll be able to like do stuff on a weeknight, and then I'll have a weekend free to have like a slightly longer stream. And then maybe some more people will be able to join as well, because I think that's sometimes the problem, isn't it? I think I said this before, but I think in America, it's, what time would it be now? Like maybe like 5 PM or something like that. Might even be 4 PM. I think it's like they're a good bit behind. So it naturally sort of, you're the only audience again. I think Nedjab might be here as well. We have got two viewers. Well, that's all good. I think that's going to happen from time to time, isn't it? To be honest, I was unsure whether we would just have 0 audience members, full stop. I mean, I don't know what YouTube streaming's like, to be honest. Long term, we'll have to see. Long term, I may see what Twitch is like, but I thought for now we'll work out. We'll just see what YouTube's like and go from there. What I quite like about YouTube is that they keep the streams up, so you can stream, leave the stream up, people will watch again and talk about it or whatever. Maybe stick around for future streams. I think that's pretty good, whereas I think Twitch gets rid of streams fairly quickly. So if you've got any moments from that stream that you want to keep, you need to record them or download them pretty quickly. Well, oh, you've got 1 box left. Nice. Okay, cool. Sounds good. Well, I may be on tomorrow. I'm gonna have to just double check. I think I probably will be for at least a little while. So, yeah. Yeah, they do seem to be pretty good, the YouTube streams, and that's kind of why it's a bit of a shame that YouTube streaming doesn't seem to be as like prolific as Twitch. And I'm not saying that because of like my streams or anything, I just mean in general. I think people tend to watch more on Twitch, but maybe that's just because YouTube is known more for videos and less for, you know, streams and shorts and stuff. YouTube's a funny one, isn't it? Because it's kind of got like multiple facets to it. Like Twitch just does streaming, TikTok just does shorts, but YouTube does videos, shorts, and streaming, even though it's mainly known for videos. So kind of like it's got like multiple things going on. Yeah. Worst case scenario, you'll have eggs for next time. Four more encounters. I don't think, whenever I get to these final few encounters, I don't think I ever believe that one of them is going to be a shiny. I think I'm always internally thinking, nah, it won't be. I mean, you really do never know, but this is going to work out perfectly, by the way, because that's 2499. Sizzlipede will be 2500. And then we'll be back in the middle, ready to start again. Not quite. There we go. No shiny for the final, but at least we are at a nice round number. and also we've been through the right order, so we're ending in the middle, and that takes our game time total to 54 hours and 17 minutes. I know I said I was going to go till 10:30, but I think I'm going to cut it short there at 2,500 encounters, because that's still pretty good. But yeah, I had a lot of fun again, as always. Thank you so much, Human. You've been on the whole stream. You were an actual delight. So really, thank you. You are the only viewer left. But yeah, cheers. And I'm sure I will see you again soon. I'll probably schedule the stream for tomorrow if I can do it, but we'll see. I might only schedule it in the day tomorrow, if that makes sense, because I'll have to see how things are going. But yeah, have a lovely rest of your evening. I'm not sure what you're up to, but enjoy, and have a nice day tomorrow as well if I don't speak to you, and I'll see you soon. Amazing. Alright, dude. See you later.